Chapter 15 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 15. The Shadow of the Gallows. His Grace of Buckingham had not accompanied the court in its flight to Salisbury. His duties, indeed, recalled him to his Lord Lieutenancy in York, but he was as deaf to the voice of duty as to that of caution. He was held fast in London, in the thraldom of his passion for Miss Farquharson, and enraged because that passion prospered not at all. It had prospered less than ever, since his attempt to play the hero and rescuer of beauty in distress had ended in making him ridiculous in the lady's eyes. It was his obsession on the score of Miss Farquharson that was responsible for his neglect of the letter that Hollis had written to him. That appeal had reached him at a moment when he was plunged into dismay by the news that Sir John Lawrence's orders had gone forth that all theatres and other places of assembly should close upon the following Saturday as a very necessary measure in the Lord Mayor's campaign against the plague. The court was no longer present to oppose the order, and it is doubtful if it would have dared still to oppose it in any case. Now the closing of the theatres meant the withdrawal of the players from town, and with that the end of his Grace's opportunities. Either he must acknowledge defeat or else act promptly. One course, one simple and direct course, there was, which he would long ago have taken but for the pusillanimous attention he had paid to Mr. Etheridge's warning. In a manner the closing of the theatre favoured this course, and removed some of the dangers attending it, dangers which in no case would long have weighed with his Grace of Buckingham, accustomed as he was to flout all laws but those of his own desires. He took his resolve at last, and sent for the subtle Bates, who was the chaffinch of Wallingford House. He gave him certain commands, whose full purport Master Bates did not completely apprehend in the matter of a house. That was on the Monday of the week, whose Saturday was to see the closing of the theatres. It was the very day on which Hollis made his precipitate departure from the Harp. On Tuesday morning the excellent and resourceful Bates was able to report to his master that he had found precisely such a domicile as his Grace required, though why his Grace should require it Bates could not even begin to surmise. It was a fairly spacious and excellently equipped dwelling in Knight Rider Street, lately vacated by a tenant who had removed himself into the country out of dread of the pestilence. The owner was a certain merchant in Fenchurch Street, who would be glad enough to let the place on easy terms, considering how impossible it was just at present to find tenants for houses in the city or its liberties. Bates had pursued his inquiries with characteristic discretion, as he now assured his Grace, without allowing it to transpire on whose behalf he was acting. His Grace laughed outright at the assurance, and all that it implied that Bates had taken for granted. "You're growing a very competent scoundrel in my service." Bates bowed, not without a tinge of mockery. "I am glad to merit your Grace's approval," said he dryly. There was a strain of humorous insolence in the fellow, of which the Duke was disposed to be tolerant, perhaps because nothing else was possible with one so intimately acquainted with his conscience. "Aye, you're a trustworthy rogue. The house will do admirably, though I should have preferred a less populous district. If things continue as at present, your Grace should have no cause for complaint on that score. Soon the city will be the most depopulated spot in England. Already more than half the houses in Knight Rider Street are empty. I trust your Grace is not thinking of residing there." Not exactly." His Grace was frowning thoughtfully. "There's no infection in the street, I hope?" "Not yet, but there's an abundant fear of it, as everywhere else in the city. This merchant in Fenchurch Street didn't trouble to conceal the opinion that I was crazy to be seeking a house in London at such a time. Pooh, pooh! His Grace dismissed the matter of fear contemptuously. These cits frighten themselves into the plague. It's opportune enough. It will serve to keep men's minds off the concerns of their neighbours. I want no spying on me in Night Rider Street. To-morrow, Bates, you'll seek this merchant and engage the house, and ye're to acquire the tenancy of it in your own name. Ye understand? My name is not to be mentioned. To avoid questions, you'll pay him 6 months' rent at once." Bates bowed. "Perfectly, your Grace." His Grace leaned back in his great chair and considered his servant through half-closed, slyly smiling eyes. "You'll have guessed, of course, the purpose for which I am acquiring this house." "I should never presume to guess any purpose of your Grace's." "By which you mean that my purpose baffles you. That is an admission of dullness. You recall the little comedy we played a month ago for the benefit of Miss Farquharson?" "I have occasion to. My bones are still sore from the cudgelling I got. It was a very realistic piece of acting on the part of your Grace's cursed French grooms." "The lady didn't think so. At least it did not convince her. We must do better this time." "Yes, your Grace." There was the least dubiety in the rascal's tone. "We'll introduce a more serious note into the comedy. We'll carry the lady off. That is the purpose for which I require this house." "Carry her off?" said Bates, his face grown suddenly very serious. "That is what I require of you, my good Bates." "Of me?" Bates gasped. His face lengthened and his wolfish mouth fell open. "Of me, your Grace?" He made it plain that the prospect scared him. "To be sure. What's to gape at?" "But, your Grace, this is very serious." "Bah!" said his Grace. It's a hanging matter." "Oh, damn your silliness! A hanging matter when I'm behind you?" "That's what makes it so. They'll never venture to hang your Grace, but they'll need a scapegoat if there's trouble, and they'll hang your instruments to pacify the rabble's clamour for justice. Are ye quite mad?" "I'm not only sane, your Grace, I'm shrewd, and if I may presume to advise your Grace—" "That would indeed be a presumption, you impudent rogue." The Duke's voice rose sharply. A heavy frown rumpled his brow. "You forget yourself, I think." "I beg your Grace's pardon." But he went on none the less. "Your Grace perhaps is not aware of the extent of the panic in the city over this pestilence. The cry everywhere is that it's a visitation provoked by the sins of the court. That's what the canting nonconformist preachers have put about. And if this thing that your Grace contemplates—" "My God!" thundered Buckingham. "But it seems you presume to advise me in spite of all." Bates fell silent, but there was obstinacy in every line of him as he stood there facing his master now. More calmly, Buckingham continued, "Listen, Bates. If we are ill served on the one hand by the pestilence, we are very well served on the other. To carry Miss Farquharson off while she is playing at the theatre would be to have a hue and cry set up at once that might lead to discovery and unpleasant consequences. But the Lord Mayor has ordered the closing of all theatres on Saturday, and it is on Saturday after the theatre, therefore, that this thing must be done, when Miss Farquharson will no longer be missed, and her disappearance will give rise to no excitement, particularly at a time when this very fear of the plague is giving people enough to think about." "And afterwards, your Grace?" "Afterwards? When the lady makes a complaint." Buckingham smiled in his knowledge of the world. "Do ladies ever make complaints of this kind? Afterwards? Besides, who will believe her tale that she went to this house of mine against her will? She is an actress, remember, not a princess, and I still command some measure of authority in this country." But Bates solemnly shook his head. "I doubt if your Grace commands enough to save my neck should there be trouble. and trouble there will be sure of that, your grace. There's too many malcontents abroad, spying the opportunity to make it. But who's to accuse you? Cried the Duke impatiently. The lady herself, if I carry her off for you. Besides, has not your grace said that the house is to be taken in my name? If more were wanted, that would supply it. I am your grace's very dutiful servant, and God knows I am not over scrupulous on the score of my service. But not this, your grace. I durstn't. Amazement and scorn were blent on Buckingham's countenance. He wanted to explode in anger, and he wanted to laugh at the same time at the absurdity of finding an obstacle in Bates. His fingers drummed the table what time he reflected. Then he determined to cut the game short by playing trumps. How long have you been in my service, Bates? 5 years this month, your grace. And you are tired of it, eh? Your grace knows that I am not. I have served you faithfully in all things. But you think the time has come when you may pick and choose the things in which you will serve me still. Bates, I think you have been in my service too long. Your grace, I may be mistaken, but I shall require proof before believing it. Fortunately for you, it lies within your power to afford me that proof. I advise you to do so. He looked at Bates coldly, and Bates looked back at him in dread. The little rascal fidgeted with his neckcloth, and his lean, knuckly hand for a moment caressed his throat. The gesture almost suggested that his thoughts were on the rope which he might be putting about that scraggy neck of his. Your grace, he cried on a note of appeal, there is no service I will not perform to prove my devotion. Command me to do anything, your grace, anything, but not this. I am touched, Bates, by your protestations. His grace was coldly supercilious. Unfortunately, this is the only service I desire of you at the moment. Bates was reduced to despair. I can't, your grace, I can't, he cried. It is a hanging matter, as your grace well knows. For me, Bates, at law, at strict law, I believe it might be, said the Duke indifferently. And since your grace is too high for hanging, it's me that would have to be your deputy. How you repeat yourself, a tiresome habit, and you but confirm me in my opinions. Yet there might be £100 or so for you as a douceur. It isn't money, your grace. I wouldn't do it for 1,000. Then there is no more to be said. Inwardly, Buckingham was very angry. Outwardly, he remained icily cold. You have leave to go, Bates, and I shall not further require your services. If you will apply to Mr. Grove, he will pay you what moneys may be due to you. A wave of the white jewelled hand dismissed the crestfallen little scoundrel. A moment Bates wavered, hesitating, swayed by his reluctance to accept dismissal. But not even that reluctance could conquer his dread of the consequences, a dread based upon conviction that they could not fail to overtake him. Had it been anything less than a hanging matter, he might have risked it. But this was too much. So, realizing that further pleadings or protestations would be wasted upon the cold arrogance of the Duke, he bowed in silence, and in silence removed himself. If he withdrew in discomfiture, at least he left discomfiture behind him. The Duke's trump card had failed to win him the game, and he knew not where to find another agent for the enterprise which now obsessed him. Mr. Etheridge, coming later that day to visit him, found his grace still in a bedgown, pacing the handsome library, restless as a caged beast. Mr. Etheridge, who well knew the attraction that held the Duke fast in town, and who had himself just completed his preparations for departure, came to make the last of several recent attempts to recall his friend to his senses, and persuade him to leave London for healthier surroundings. Buckingham laughed at him without mirth. You alarm yourself without occasion, George. This pestilence is born of uncleanliness and confines itself to the unclean. Look into the cases that are reported. The outbreaks are all in mean houses in mean streets. The plague practices a nice discrimination and does not venture to intrude upon persons of quality. Nevertheless, I take my precautions, said Mr. Etheridge, producing a handkerchief from which a strong perfume of camphor and vinegar diffused itself through the room. And I am one of those who believe that flight is the best physic. Besides, what is there to do here? The court is gone. The town is hot and reeking as an anteroom of hell. In heaven's name, let us seek a breath of clean, cool country air. Pish, you're bucolic, like Dryden ye've a pastoral mind. Well, well, be off to your sheep. We shall not miss you here. Mr. Etheridge sat down and studied his friend, pursing his lips. And all this for a prude who has no notion of being kind. Let me perish, Bucks, but I don't know you. The Duke fetched a sigh. Sometimes I think I don't know myself. Gad, George, I believe I'm going mad. He strode away to the window. Comfort yourself with the reflection that you won't have far to go, said the unsympathetic Mr. Etheridge. How a man of your years and experience can take the risks and the trouble over a pursuit that— The Duke swung round to interrupt him sharply. Pursuit, that is the cursed word. A pursuit that maddens because it never overtakes. Not a bad line, that, for you, said Mr. Etheridge. But in love, remember, they fly that wound, and they pursue that die. But Buckingham raved on without heeding the jibe, his voice suddenly thick with passion. I have the hunter's instinct, I suppose. The prey that eludes me is the prey that at all costs must be reduced into possession. Can't you understand? No, thank God, I happen to retain my sanity. Come into the country, man, and recover yours. It's waiting for you there amid the buttercups. Pshaw! Buckingham turned from him again with an ill-humoured shrug. Is that your answer? It is. Don't let me detain you. Etheridge got up and went to set a hand upon his arm. If you stay, and at such a time, you must have some definite purpose in your mind. What is it? What was in my mind before you came to trouble it, George? To end the matter where I should have begun it. And he adapted 3 lines of Suckling's. If of herself she will not love, myself shall make her, the devil take her. Etheridge shrugged in despair and disgust. Ye're not only mad, Bucks, he said, ye're coarse. I warned you once of the dangers of this thing. I've no mind to repeat myself, but you'll give me leave to marvel that you can take satisfaction in— Marvel all you please, the other interrupted him with a touch of anger. Perhaps indeed I am a matter for marvel. I am a man racked, consumed, burnt up by my feelings for this woman who has scorned and spurned and made a mock of me. If I could believe in her virtue, I would go my ways, bending to her stubborn will. But virtue in an actress? It is as likely as snow in hell. She indulges a cruel and perverse zest to torture a man whom she sees perishing of love for her. He paused a moment, to pursue with even greater fierceness, his face livid with the working of the emotion that possessed him, that curious and fearful merging of love and hatred that is so often born of baffled passion. I could tear the jade limb from limb with these 2 hands and take joy in it. I could so. Or with the same joy I could give my body to the rack for her sweet sake. To such an abject state have her wiles reduced me. He swung away and went to fling himself petulantly into a chair, taking his blonde head in his fine jewelled hands. After that explosion, Mr. Etheridge decided that there was nothing to be done with such a man but abandon him to his fate. He said so with engaging candour, and took his leave. His Grace made no attempt to detain him, and for some time after his departure sat there alone in that sombre book-lined room, a fool enshrined in wisdom and learning. Gloomily he brooded the matter, more than ever exasperated by the defection of Bates and the consideration that he was left thereby without a minister to assist him in the execution of his wishes. He was disturbed at last by the appearance of a footman, who brought the announcement that a Colonel Hollis was demanding insistently to see his Grace. Irritated, Buckingham was about to pronounce dismissal. Say that he checked. He remembered the letter received 3 days ago and its urgent appeal. That awoke an idea and set his Grace speculating. Wait. He moistened his lips and his eyes narrowed in thought. Slowly they lighted from their gloom. Abruptly he rose. Bring him in, he said. Hollis came, erect and soldierly of figure, still tolerably dressed, but very haggard now of countenance, at the end of that weary day spent between Wapping and the Guildhall, with the sense that he was being hunted. Your Grace will forgive, I trust, my importunities, he excused himself, faltering a little. But the truth is that my need, which was very urgent when I wrote, has since grown desperate. Buckingham considered him thoughtfully from under his bent brows without directly replying. He dismissed the waiting footman and offered his visitor a chair. Hollis sat down wearily. His Grace remained standing, his thumbs hooked into the girdle of his bedgown. I received your letter, he said in his slow, pleasant voice. From my silence you may have supposed that you had passed from my mind. That is not so. But you realize, I think, that you are not an easy man to help. Less than ever now, said Hollis grimly. What's that? There was a sudden, unmistakable quickening of the Duke's glance, almost as if he welcomed the news. Hollis told him without preamble. And so your Grace perceives, he ended, that I am now not only in danger of starving, but of hanging. His Grace had not moved throughout the rendering of that account. Now, at last, he stirred. He turned from his visitor and sauntered slowly away in thought. But what an imprudence, he said at last, for a man in your position to have had relations, however slight, with these wretched Fifth Monarchy dogs. It is to put a halter about your neck. Yet there was no wrong in those relations. Tucker was an old brother-in-arms. Your Grace has been a soldier and knows what that means. It is true that he tempted me with proposals. I admit it, since that can no longer hurt him. But those proposals I incontinently refused. His Grace smiled a little. Do you imagine that the justices will believe you when you come to tell them that? Seeing that my name is Randall Hollis, and that a vindictive government would be glad of any pretext to stretch the neck of my father's son, I do not. That is why I describe my state as desperate. I am a man moving in the shadow of the gallows. Shh, shh, the Duke reproved him gently. You must not express yourself in such terms, Colonel. Your very tone savours of disloyalty, and you are unreasonable. If you were really loyal, there was a clear duty which you would not have neglected. When first this proposal was made to you, whatever your friendship for Tucker, you should have gone straight to the justices and laid information of this plot. Your Grace advises something that in my own case you would not have performed. But even had I acted so, how should I have compelled belief? I knew no details of this plot. I was not in a position to prove anything. It would have been my bare word against Tucker's, and my name alone would have discredited me. My action might have been regarded as an impudent attempt to earn the favour of the powers in being. It might even, in some tortuous legal manner, have been construed against me. Therefore I held my peace. Your assurance is enough for me, said his Grace amiably, and God knows I perceive your difficulty, and how you have been brought into your present danger. Our first care must be to deliver you from this. You must do at last what should have been done long since. You must go before the justices and frankly state the case as you have stated it to me. But your Grace yourself has just said that they will not believe me. His Grace paused in his pacing and smiled a little slyly. They will not believe your unsupported word, but if some person of eminence and authority were to answer for your good faith, they would hardly dare to doubt. The matter would be at an end, and there would be no further question of any impeachment. Hollis stared, suddenly hopeful, and yet not daring to yield entirely to his hope. Your Grace does not mean that you would do this for me? His Grace's smile grew broader, kindlier. But of course, my friend, if I am to employ you, as I hope I shall, so much would be a necessary preliminary. Your Grace! Hollis bounded to his feet. How to thank you! His Grace waved him back again to his chair. I will show you presently, my friend. There are certain conditions I must impose. There is a certain task I shall require of you. Your Grace should know that you have but to name it. Ah, the Duke paused and again considered him intently. You said in your letter that you were ready for any work, for any service. I said so, yes, I say so again. Ah, again that soft, relieved exclamation. Then the Duke paced away to the book-lined wall and back again before continuing. My friend, your despair comes opportunely to my own. We are desperate both, though in different ways, and it lies within the power of each to serve the other. If I could believe that! You may. The rest depends upon yourself. He paused a moment. Then on a half-humorous note proceeded, I do not know how much of squeamishness, of what men call honesty, your travels and misfortune may have left you. None that your Grace need consider, said Hollis with some self-derision. That is very well, yet you may find the task distasteful. I doubt it. God knows I'm not fastidious nowadays, but if I do, I will tell you so. Just so. The Duke nodded, and then, perhaps because of the hesitation that still beset him, to make to Hollis the proposal that he had in mind, his manner suddenly hardened. It was almost that of the great gentleman speaking to his lackey. That is why I warn you, for should you wish to tell me so, you will please to tell me without any unnecessary roaring, without the airs of a Bobadil or a Pistol, or any other of your fire-eating, down-at-heel fraternity. You have but to say no, and spare me the vapourings of outraged virtue. Hollis stared at the man in silence for a moment, utterly dumbfounded by his tone, and then he laughed a little. It would surprise me to discover that I've any virtue left to outrage. All the better, snapped the Duke. He drew up a chair and sat down facing Hollis. He leaned forward. In your time, no doubt, you will have played many parts, Colonel Hollis. Aye, a mort of parts. Have you ever played Sir Pandarus of Troy? The Duke keenly watched his visitor's face for some sign of understanding, but the Colonel's classical education had been neglected. I have never heard of him. What manner of part may that be? His Grace did not directly answer. He took another way to his ends. Have you ever heard of Sylvia Farquharson? Surprised anew, it was a moment before the Colonel answered him. Sylvia Farquharson? He echoed, musing. I've heard the name. Oh, I have it. That was the lady in the sedan chair your Grace rescued yonder in Paul's Yard on the day we met. Aye, aye. I heard her named at the time. A baggage of a play actress from the Duke's house, I think. But what has she to do with us? Something, I think, unless the stars are wrong, and the stars are never wrong. They stand immutable and true in a false and fickle world. It is written in them, as I have already told you, that we were to meet again, you and I, and be jointly concerned in a fateful matter with one other. That other, my friend, is this same Sylvia Farquharson." He rose, casting off all reserve at last, and his pleasant voice was thickened by the stress of his emotions. "You behold in me a man exerting vast power for good and ill. There are in life few things, however great, that I desire without being able to command them. Sylvia Farquharson is one of these few things. With affectations of prudery, this wanton keeps me on the rack. That is where I require your help." He paused. The colonel stared at him round-eyed. A faint colour stirred in his haggard cheeks. At last he spoke, in a voice that was cold and level. "Your Grace has hardly said enough." "Dullard, what more is to be said? Don't you understand that I mean to make an end of this situation, to conquer the prudish airs with which this wanton jade repels me?" "Faith, I think I understand that well enough." Hollis laughed a little. "What I don't understand is my part in this a doxy business of this kind. Will not your Grace be plain?" "Plain? Why, man, I want her carried off for me." They sat conning each other in silence now, the colonel's face utterly blank, so that the Duke looked in vain for some sign of how he might be taking this proposal. At last his lips curled in a rather scornful smile, and his voice drawled with a mildly humorous inflection. "But in such a matter your Grace's own vast experience should surely serve you better than could I." In his eagerness the Duke took him literally, never heeding the sarcasm. "My experience will be there to guide you." "I see," said Hollis. "I'll tell you more precisely how I need you, where you can serve me." And Buckingham proceeded to inform him of the well-equipped house in Knight Riders Street, which he now desired Hollis to take in his own name. Having taken it, he was to make the necessary arrangements to carry the girl thither on the evening of Saturday next, after the last performance at the Duke's house. "Taking what men you need," the Duke concluded, "it should be easy to waylay and capture her chair as it is being borne home. We will consider that more closely if the service is one that you are disposed to accept." The colonel's face was flushed. He felt his gorge rising. At last his anger mastered him, and he heaved himself up to confront the handsome profligate who dared in cold blood to make him this proposal. "My God!" he growled, "are you led by your vices like a blind man by his dog?" The Duke stepped back before the sudden menace of that tone and mien. At once he wrapped himself in a mantle of arrogance. "I warned you, sir, that I will suffer no heroics, that I will have no man play Bobadil to me. You ask service of me? I have shown you how I can employ you." "Service?" echoed Hollis, his voice almost choked with anger. "Is this service for a gentleman?" "Perhaps not, but a man standing in the shadow of the gallows should not be over fastidious." The flush perished in the colonel's face. The haunting fear returned to his eyes. The Duke, seeing him thus suddenly stricken by that grim reminder, was moved to sudden laughter. "It seems you have to realize, Colonel Hollis, that there is no music without frets. You resent that I should ask a trifling service of you, when in return I am offering to make your fortune. For that is what I am offering. You came as opportunely to my need as to your own. Serve me as I require, and I pledge you my word that I shall not neglect you." "But this," faltered Hollis, protesting, "it is a task for bullies, for jackals." The Duke shrugged. "Damn me, why trouble to define it?" Then he changed his tone again. "The choice is yours. Fortune makes the offer, gold on the one hand, hemp on the other. I do not press either upon you." Hollis was torn between fear and honour. In imagination he felt already the rope about his neck. He beheld that wasted life of his finding a fitting consummation on Tyburn at the hands of Derek. Thus fear impelled him to accept. But the old early notions that had inspired his ambition and had made him strive to keep his honour clean rose up to hold him back. His tortured thoughts evoked an image of Nancy Sylvester as he had last seen her, set in the frame of her casement, and he conceived the shame and horror in that face could she behold him engaged upon so loathly an enterprise, he who had gone forth so proudly to conquer the world for her. Many a time in the past had that image delivered him from the evil to which he was tempted. "I'll go my ways, I think," he said heavily, and half turned as if to depart. "You know whither it leads," came the Duke's warning voice. "I care not an apple paring." "As you please." In silence Hollis bowed and made his way to the door with dragging feet. Hope's last bubble pricked. And then the Duke's voice arrested him again. "Hollis, you are a fool. I have long known it. I was a fool when I saved your life, and you pay me as a fool should be paid. You pay yourself, and of your own choice you do so in fool's coin." Seeing him standing arrested there, still hesitating, the Duke approached him. His Grace's need, as you know, was very urgent. It was no overstatement that Hollis' coming had been opportune. Unless he could make of Hollis the tool that he required so sorely, where should he find another? It was because of this he decided to use yet some persuasion to conquer a frame of mind that was obviously still balancing. He set a friendly hand upon the Colonel's shoulder, and Hollis, shrinking almost under that touch, could not guess that this Duke, who sought to make a tool of him, was himself the blind tool of destiny, hewing a way to her inscrutable ends. And whilst the Duke now talked persuasively, tempting him with promises on the one hand, and intimidating him with a picture of what must otherwise happen on the other, the Colonel's own tormented mind was reconsidering. Were his hands really so clean, his life so blameless, his honour so untarnished, that he must boggle at this vileness, and boggle at it to the extent of allowing them to stretch his neck and disembowel him sooner than perform it? And what was this vileness, when all was said? A baggage of the theatre, a trull of an actress, had played upon the Duke that she might make the greater profit out of him in the end. The Duke, wearied of her tricks and wiles, desired to cut the game short. Thus the Duke represented the situation. And what cause had Hollis to assume that it was other than a true representation? The girl was an actress, and therefore it followed wanton. The puritanical contempt of the playhouse and its denizens, heritage of his Commonwealth days, left him no doubt upon that score. If she were a lady of quality, a woman of virtue, the thing would be different. Then, indeed, to be a party to such an act were a wickedness unthinkable, a thing sooner than which he would, indeed, suffer death. But where was the vileness here, since the object itself was vile? And against what, then, really, did this thing offend? Against himself, against his soldier's dignity. The act required of him was one proper to a hired bully. It was ignoble, but was hanging less ignoble? Was he to let them put a rope about his neck and the brand of the gallows on his name out of tenderness for a baggage of the theatre whom he did not even know? Buckingham was right. He was a fool. All his life he had been a fool, scrupulous in trifles, negligent in the greater things. And now upon the most trifling scruple of all he would fitly sacrifice his life. Abruptly he swung round and squarely faced the Duke. "Your Grace," he said hoarsely, "I am your man." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 16. The Sedan Chair. His Grace behaved generously, and at the same time with a prudence which reveals the alert and calculating mind of this gifted man, who might have been great had he been less of a voluptuary. He attended with Hollis before the justices early on the morrow, announcing himself able to confirm, out of his own knowledge, the truth of the account which the colonel gave of his relations with the attainted Tucker. To that his Grace added the assertion that he was ready, if more were needed, to stand surety for the loyalty of this suspected man, whom he now pronounced his friend. More was not needed. The Sycophantic court bent the knee before this great gentleman, who enjoyed the close friendship of his king, and even professed regret that certain reckless and malicious statements should have deceived it into troubling the peace of Colonel Hollis, and putting his Grace of Buckingham to the present inconvenience. The colonel's antecedents, which, without Buckingham's protection, might have been the gravest source of trouble, were not so much as touched upon. There was in all this nothing in the least unreasonable. Had the offence of which Colonel Hollis was suspected been anything less than treason, it is not to be supposed that the Duke would have been able to carry matters with quite so high a hand. But it was utterly unthinkable that his Grace of Buckingham, whose loyalty stood so high, whose whole life bore witness to his deep attachment to the house of Stuart, and who was notoriously one of his Majesty's closest and most intimate companions, should offer to stand surety for a man against whom the merest suspicion of disloyalty would be justified. Thus, at the outset, was Hollis delivered from his worst peril. Next he was informed that, since service of any distinction in England was almost out of the question for his father's son, Buckingham would supply him with letters to several high-placed friends of his own in France, where a capable soldier, well recommended, need never lack employment. If Colonel Hollis made the most of the opportunity thus afforded him, his future should be assured, and his days of adversity at an end. This Hollis clearly perceived for himself, and the reflection served to stifle any lingering qualms of conscience over the unworthy nature of the immediate service to which he was committed, and to assure him that he would, indeed, have been a fool had he permitted any mawkish sentimentality to deprive him of this the greatest opportunity of all his life. In this resolve to send Hollis out of England the moment the service required of him should be accomplished, Buckingham again reveals his astuteness. Further, he reveals it in the fact that to assist the colonel he placed at his disposal 4 of the French lackeys in his pay. It was his intention to repatriate them, packing them off to France together with Hollis as soon as the thing were done. Thus, in the event of any trouble afterwards with the law, he would have removed the only possible witnesses. The unsupported word of Miss Farquharson, even in the extreme, and in his Grace's view unlikely event, of her not accepting the situation, would be the only thing against him, and in that case he did not think that he need gravely apprehend the accusations of an actress, which he would have no great difficulty in answering. From attendance before the justices, Colonel Hollis repaired straight to Fenchurch Street to conclude arrangements with the owner of the house in Knight Ridder Street. Of this he now acquired the tenancy in his own name for the term of 1 year. The merchant did not trouble to conceal the fact that he regarded Colonel Hollis as crazy to desire to take up his residence in an infected city, from which all who were able were making haste to remove themselves. Had the colonel needed a reminder of it, he had it in the fact that he was constrained to go on foot, not only because hackney coaches were now rare, but because the use of them was considered highly imprudent, since so many had been used by infected persons. Doors smeared with the Red Cross and guarded by watchmen were becoming commonplaces, and the comparatively few people met in the streets who still sought to maintain the normal tenor and business of their lives moved with the listlessness of despondency, or else with the watchfulness of hunted creatures. The pungent smell of electuaries, and particularly of camphor, was wafted to the colonel's nostrils from the person of almost every man he met. He may have thought again that, as he had already admirably expressed it, Buckingham was led by his passion like a blind man by his dog, to come thrusting himself at such a time into the city, and he may have taken satisfaction in the thought that he himself, so soon as this business should be accomplished, was to shake the poisonous dust of London from his feet. Matters concluded with the merchant, the colonel went to take possession of the house, and he installed there 2 of the 4 French lackeys the Duke had lent him for myrmidons. After that there was little to do but wait until Saturday, since, for the reasons which the Duke had given him, the attempt should not be made before. That evening, however, and the next, the colonel repaired to Lincoln's Inn, to watch from a safe distance Miss Farquharson's departure from the theatre, and so inform himself precisely of her habits in the matter. On both occasions she came forth at the same time, a few minutes after 7, and entered her waiting sedan chair in which she was borne away. On Friday evening Hollis went again at 6 o'clock, and he had been waiting half an hour before the chair that was to convey her home made its appearance. It was the same chair as before, and borne by the same men. Hollis lounged forward to engage them in talk. Of set purpose, and despite the warm weather, he had donned a well-worn leather jerkin to cover and conceal his fairly presentable coat. He had removed the feather from his hat and all minor ornaments, replacing his embroidered baldric by one of plain leather. A pair of old boots completed the studied shabbiness of his appearance, and gave him the air of a down-at-heel ruffler, ready to make a friend of any man. He slouched towards the chairman, pulling at a clay pipe, a man with time on his hands, and they, sitting on the shafts of the chair, one on each side, so as to balance each other, were nothing loath to have the tedium of their waiting beguiled by the thrasonical garrulousness his appearance led them to expect. He did not disappoint them. He talked of the pestilence, and of the war, and of the favoritism practised at court, which bestowed commands upon all manner of incompetent fops, and kept a hardened and stout old soldier like himself cooling his heels in London's plague-ridden streets. In this last respect he made them find him ridiculous, so that they rallied and covertly mocked him, and hugely enjoyed themselves at his expense, to all of which it appeared to them that his monstrous ruffler's vanity made him blind. Finally he invited them to come and drink with him, and they were nothing reluctant to permit him thus to add physical to the mental entertainment he had already afforded them. In their spirit of raillery, and to involve this foolish fellow in the utmost expense, they would have conducted him to the Grange. But the foolish fellow had more reasons than one for preferring an obscure little alehouse at the corner of Portugal Row, and it was thither that he now conducted his newly made friends and guests. When at last they parted, the chairman compelled to it by the necessity to be back at their post by 7 o'clock, it was with voluble protestations of friendship on the part of Hollis. He must come and see them soon again, he vowed. They were fellows after his own heart, he assured them. Eagerly they returned the compliment, and as they made their way back to the theatre they laughed not a little over the empty vanity of that silly pigeon, and their own wit and cleverness in having fooled him to the top of his ridiculous bent. It might have given their hilarity pause could they have seen the grimly cunning smile that curled the lips of that same silly pigeon as he trudged away from the scene of their blithe encounter. On the following evening, which was that of Saturday, you behold him there again, at about the same hour, joyously hailed by Miss Farquharson's chairman, in a manner impudently blending greeting with derision. "Good evening, Sir John," cried one, "and good evening, my lord," the other. The colonel, whose swaggering carriage was suggestive of a mild intoxication, planted his feet wide, and regarded the twain owlishly. "I am not Sir John, and I am not my lord," he reproved them, whereupon they laughed. "Though mark you," he added more ponderously, "mark you, I might be both if I had my dues. There's many a Whitehall pimp is my lord, with less claim to the dignity than I have. I a deal less." "Any fool can see that to look at you," said Jake. "Ay, any fool," said Nathaniel, sardonic and ambiguous. The colonel evidently chose the meaning that was flattering to himself. "You're good fellows," he commended them, "very good fellows," and abruptly he added, "What should you say now to a cup of sack?" Their eyes gleamed. Had it been ale, they would have assented gladly enough, but sack, that was a nobleman's drink that did not often come their lowly way. They looked at each other. "Eh, Jake?" questioned one. "A skew of booz'll never hurt, Nat," said the other. "That it won't," Nat agreed. "And there's time to spare this evening. Her ladyship will be packing a while." They took the colonel between them, and with arms linked the three set a course for the little alehouse at the corner of Portugal Row. The colonel was more garrulous than ever, and very confidential. He had met a friend, he insisted upon informing them, an old brother-in-arms who had come upon fortunate days, from whom he'd succeeded in borrowing a good round sum. Extending his confidence, he told them that probably it would be many days before he would be perfectly sober again. To this he added renewed assurances that he found them both very good fellows, lively companions these plaguy days when the town was as dull as a nunnery, and he swore that he would not be separated from them without a struggle. Into the alehouse they rolled, to be skilfully piloted by the colonel into a quiet corner, well away from the windows and the light. He called noisily, tipsily, for the landlady, banging the table with the hilt of his sword, and when she made her appearance he silenced her protests by his order. 3 pints of canary, stiffly laced with brandy." As she departed he pulled up a three-legged stool and sat down facing the chairmen, who were licking their chops in anticipatory delight. "It's not every day we meet a brother-in-arms who's narrowly fortunate, but willing to share his fortune. The wine, madam, and of your best." "Well said, old dog of war," Nat approved him, whereupon the twain abandoned themselves to uproarious laughter. The wine was brought, and the facetious fair swilled it greedily, whereafter they praised it with rolling of eyes and resounding lip-smackings. They even subdued their raillery of the provider of this nectar. When he proposed a second pint they actually grew solemn, and when after that he called for a third they were almost prepared to treat him with respect. There was a vacuousness in the eyes with which he pondered them, swaying never so slightly on his three-legged stool. "Why you stare at me like that?" he challenged them. They looked up from the replenished but as yet untasted measures. His manner became suddenly stern. "Perhaps you think I haven't money to pay for all this swill." An awful dread assailed them both. He seemed to read it in their glances. "Why, you rogues, you dare doubt gentlemen? Do you think gentlemen calls for wine and can't pay? Here's to put your lousy minds at rest." Violently he pulled a hand from his pocket, and violently he flung it forward under their noses, opening it as he did so. Gold leaped from it, a half a dozen pieces that rolled and rang upon the greasy table and greasier floor. In a flash, instinctively, the pair dived after them, and grovelled there on hands and knees about the table's legs, hunting the scattered coins. When at length they came up again, each obsequiously placed 2 pieces before the colonel. "Your honour should be more careful handling gold," said Jake. You might have lost a piece or two, added Nat. In some companies I might, said the Colonel, looking very wise, but I know honest fellows. I know how to choose my friends. Trust a captain of fortune for that. He picked up the coins with clumsy, blundering fingers. I thank you, he said, and restored them to his pocket. Jake winked at Nat, and Nat hid his face in his tankard lest the grin, which he could not suppress, should be perceived by the Colonel. The pair were spending a very pleasant and profitable evening with the stray and thirsty Rodamont. They drank noisily and repeatedly. Jake smacked his lips thereafter, frowning a little as he savoured the draught. I don't think it's as good as the last, he complained. The Colonel picked up his own tankard with solicitude and took a pull at it. I have drunk better, he boasted, but it's good enough, and just the same as the last, just the same. Maybe my fancy, said Jake, at which his companion nodded. Then the Colonel fell to talking volubly, boastfully. The landlady, who began to mislike their looks, drew near. The Colonel beckoned her nearer still and thrust a piece of gold into her hand. Let that pay the reckoning, said he, very magnificent. She gaped at such prodigality, dropped him a curtsy, and withdrew again at once, reflecting that appearances can be very deceptive. The Colonel resumed his talk, whether from the soporific dreariness of this or from the potency of the libations. Jake's eyelids were growing so heavy that he appeared to have a difficulty in keeping them from closing, whilst Nat was hardly in better case. Presently, surrendering to the luxurious torpor that pervaded him, Jake folded his arms upon the table and laid his sleepy head upon them. At this his fellow took alarm and leaned across in an attempt to rouse him. Hi, Jake, we got to carry ladyship home. Damn her ladyship, grunted Jake in the very act of falling asleep. With dazed eyes, Nat looked helplessly at the Colonel and shaped his lips to utterance by a visible effort. Too much drink, he said thickly, not use wine. He made a feeble attempt to rise, failed, and then suddenly resigned himself. Like Jake, who was already snoring, he made on the table a pillow of his arms and lowered his head to it. In a moment both the chairmen were soundly asleep. Colonel Hollis softly pushed back his stool and rose. A moment he stood considering whether he should recover the 2 or 3 gold pieces which he was perfectly aware the rogues had filched from him. In the end he concluded that this would be an unnecessary additional cruelty. He lurched out of the corner, and the hostess, hearing him move, came forward. He took her by the arm with one hand, whilst with the other, to her amazement, he pressed a second gold piece into her palm. He closed one eye solemnly and pointed to the sleeping twain. Very good fellows, friends of mine, he informed her. Very drunk, not used to wine. Let 'em sleep in peace. She smirked, clutching that second precious piece. Indeed, your honour, they may sleep in welcome. You've paid for their lodgings. Hollis considered her critically. Good woman, you're a good woman. He considered her further. Handsome woman. Let 'em sleep in peace. God bless you. She thought a kiss was coming, but he disappointed her. He loosened her arm, reeled away a little, swung round, and lurched out of the place and off down the street. Having gone some little way, he halted unsteadily and looked back. He was not observed. Having assured himself of this, he resumed his way, and it is noteworthy that he no longer staggered. His step was now brisk and certain. He flung something from him as he went, and there was a faint tinkle of shivering glass. It was the phial that had contained the powerful narcotic which he had added to his guests' wine whilst they were grovelling for the money he had spilled. Animals, he said contemptuously, and upon that dismissed them from his mind. The hour of 7 was striking from St. Clement's Danes as he passed the back door of the playhouse and the untended chair that waited there for Miss Farquharson. Farther down the narrow street a couple of men were lounging, who at a little distance might have been mistaken for the very chairman he had left slumbering in the alehouse. Their plain liveries, at least, were very similar, and they were covered with broad, round hats identical with those of Miss Farquharson's bearers, worn at an angle that left their faces scarcely visible. Sauntering casually, Colonel Hollis came up with them. The street thereabouts was practically untenanted. "Is all well?" he asked them. "The people have quitted the theatre some 10 minutes since," one of them answered in indifferent English. "To your places, then. You know your tale if there are any questions." They nodded and lounged along, eventually to lean against the theatre wall in the neighborhood of the chair, obviously its bearers. The tale they were to tell at need was that Jake had been taken ill. It was feared that he was seized with the plague. Nat, who was remaining with him, had begged these two to take their places with the chair. Hollis took cover in a doorway, whence he could watch the scene of action, and there disposed himself to wait. The vigil proved a long one. As Jake had remarked to his companion, Miss Farquharson was likely to be late in leaving. On this, the final evening at the Duke's Theatre, she would have packing to do, and there would perhaps be protracted farewells among the players. Of the latter, several had already emerged from that little doorway and had departed on foot. Still Miss Farquharson did not come, and already the evening shadows began to deepen in the street. If Colonel Hollis was exercised by a certain impatience on the one hand, on the other he was comforted by the reflection that there was gain to his enterprise in delay. The thing he had to do would be better accomplished in the dusk, best, indeed, in the dark. So he waited, and Buckingham's two French lackeys, disguised as chairmen, waited also. They had the advantage of knowing Miss Farquharson by sight, having twice seen her at close quarters, once on the occasion of her visit to Wallingford House, and again on the day of her mock rescue in Paul's Yard. At last, at a little after 8:30, when already objects were become indistinctly visible at a little distance, she made her appearance in the doorway. She came accompanied by Mr. Betterton, and was followed by the theatre doorkeeper. She paused to deliver to the latter certain instructions in the matter of her packages. Then Mr. Betterton escorted her gallantly to her chair. The chairmen were already in their places, to which they had sprung immediately upon her coming forth. One, standing behind the chair, by raising its hinged roof, made of this a screen for himself. The other, by the foreshafts, endeavoured to find cover beside the body of the chair itself. Gathering her hooded cloak about her, she stepped into the sedan. Betterton bowed low over her hand in valediction. As he stood back, the chairman in front closed the apron, whilst the one behind lowered the roof. Then, taking their places between the shafts, they raised the chair and began to move away with it. From within, Miss Farquharson waved a delicate hand to Mr. Betterton, who stood bowing bareheaded. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 17, The Abduction. The chair swung past the grotesque wooden structure of Temple Bar and along Fleet Street in the deepening dusk of that summer evening. And this being the normal way it should have taken, there was so far nothing to alarm its occupant. But as its bearers were about to turn to the right, to plunge into the narrow alley leading down to Salisbury Court, a man suddenly emerged from that black gulf to check their progress. The man was Hollis, who had gained the place ahead of them. "Back," he called to them as he advanced. "You cannot pass. There is a riot down there about a plague-stricken house which has been broken open, and the pestilence is being scattered to the four winds. You cannot go this way." The bearers halted. "What way, then?" the foremost inquired. "Whither would you go?" the man asked him. "To Salisbury Court." "Why, that is my way. You must go round by the Fleet Ditch, as I must. Come, follow me." And he went ahead briskly down Fleet Street. The chair resumed its way in the altered direction. Miss Farquharson had leaned forward when it halted, to hear what was said. She had observed no closed house in the alley upon coming that way some hours ago in daylight, but she saw no reason to doubt the warning on that account. Infected houses were, after all, growing common enough by now in London streets, and she was relieved that the closing of the theatre was to permit her own withdrawal into the country, away from that pestilential atmosphere. She sat back again with a little sigh of weariness, and in silence suffered herself to be borne along. But when they came to the Fleet Ditch, instead of turning to the right, her bearers kept straight on, following ever in the wake of that tall, cloaked man who had offered to conduct them. They were halfway over the bridge before Miss Farquharson became aware of what was happening. She leaned forward and called to them that they were mistaking the way. They took no more heed of her than if they had been stone deaf, and trudged stolidly onward. She cried out to them more loudly and insistently. Still they took no notice. They were across the bridge and swinging away now to the right towards the river. Miss Farquharson came to the conclusion that there must be some way back, of which she was not aware, and that some good reason inspired their guide. So for all that she still accounted it strange that the chairmen should have been so deaf to her commands, she allowed them now to proceed without further interference. But when, far from finding any way to recross the ditch, the chair suddenly turned to the left in the direction of Baynard's Castle, her bewilderment suddenly redoubled. "Stop!" she called to them. "You are going the wrong way. Set down the chair at once. Set down, I say." They heeded her as little as before. Not only did they press steadily onward, but they even quickened their pace, stumbling over the rough cobbles of the street in the darkness that pervaded it. Alarm awoke in her. "Nathaniel!" she called shrilly, leaning forward and vainly seeking to grasp the shoulder just beyond her reach. "Nathaniel!" Her alarm increased. Was this really Nathaniel, or was it someone else? There was something sinisterly purposeful in the stolid manner in which the fellow plodded on unheeding. The tall man ahead who led them, little more than a dark outline now, had slackened his step so that the chair was rapidly overtaking him. She attempted to rise, to force up the roof of the chair, to thrust open the apron in front of her, but neither yielded to her exertions, and in the end she realized that both had been fastened. That made an end of any doubt with which she may still have been deluding herself. She yielded to terror, and her screams for help awoke the silent echoes of the street. The tall man halted, turned, rapped out an oath, and authoritatively commanded the men to sit down. But even as he issued the order, the flare of a link suddenly made its appearance at the corner of Paul's Chains, and in the ring of yellow light it cast they could discern the black outlines of 3 or 4 moving figures. Light and figures paused a moment there, checked by the girl's cries. Then abruptly they flung forward at clattering speed. "On, on!" Hollis bade the chairman curtly, and himself went forward again, the chair now following, with Miss Farquharson steadily shrieking for help, and beating frenziedly upon roof and apron. She, too, had seen those heaven-sent rescuers rushing swiftly to meet them, and she may have caught in the torchlight the livid gleam of swords drawn for her deliverance. They were a party of 3 gentlemen lighted by a link boy, on their homeward way. They were young and adventurous, as it chanced, and very ready to bare their blades in defence of a lady in distress. But it happened that this was a contingency for which Hollis was fully prepared, one, indeed, which he could not have left out of his calculations. The foremost of those hastening gallants was suddenly upon him, his point at the level of the colonel's breast, and bawling dramatically, "Stand, villain!" "Stand yourself, fool!" Hollis answered him in tones of impatient scorn, making no shift to draw in self-defence. "Back, all of you! On your lives! We are conveying this poor lady home. She has the plague." That checked their swift advance. It even flung them back a little, treading on one another's toes in their sudden intimidation. Brave enough against ordinary men and ordinary lethal weapons, they were stricken with instant panic before the horrible, impalpable foe whose presence was thus announced to them. Miss Farquharson, who had overheard the colonel's warning and perceived its paralyzing effect upon those rescuers whom she had been regarding as heaven sent, leaned forward in frenzied fear that the trap was about to close upon her. "He lies! He lies!" she shrieked in her terror. "It is false! I have not the plague! I have not the plague! I swear it! Do not heed him, sirs! Do not heed him! Deliver me from these villains! Oh, of your charity, sirs, in God's name, do not abandon me, or I am a lost woman else." They stood at gaze, moved by her piteous cries, yet hesitating what to believe. Hollis addressed them, speaking sadly. "She is distraught, poor soul, demented. I am her husband, sirs, and she fancies me an enemy. I am told it is a common enough state in those upon whom this terrible disease has fastened." It was a truth of which all London was aware by now, that the onslaught of the plague was commonly attended by derangement of the mind and odd delusions. "And for your governance, sirs, I should tell you that I greatly fear I am myself already infected. I beg you then not to detain me, but to stand aside so that we may regain our home before my strength is spent." Behind him, Miss Farquharson continued to scream her furious denials and her piteous entreaties that they should deliver her. If they still doubted, yet they dared not put their doubts to the test. Moreover, her very accents by now, in their frenzy, seemed to confirm this man's assertion that she was mad. A moment yet those rescuers hung there hesitating. Then suddenly one of them surrendered to his mounting fear and horror. "Away, away!" he cried, and swinging round, dashed off down the street. His panic communicated itself instantly to his fellows, and they went clattering after him, the link boy bringing up the rear, his streaming torch held high. Aghast, spent by her effort, Miss Farquharson sank back with a moan, feeling herself exhausted and abandoned. But when one of the chairmen, in obedience to an order from the colonel, pulled the apron open, she at once leapt up and out, and would have gone speeding thence, but that the other bearer caught her about his slender body and held her firmly, whilst his fellow wound now about her head a long scarf which Hollis had tossed him for the purpose. That done, they made fast her hands behind her with a handkerchief, thrust her back into the chair, and shut her in. She sat now helpless, half choked by the scarf, which not only served to muffle her cries, but also blindfolded her, so that she no longer knew whither she was being conveyed. All that she knew was that the chair was moving. On it went, then away to the left, and up the steep gradient of Paul's Chains, and lastly to the right into Knight Rider Street. Before a substantial house on the north side of this, between Paul's Chains and Sermon Lane, the chair came to a final standstill and was set down. The roof was raised and the apron pulled open, and hands seized upon her to draw her forth. She hung back, a dead weight, in a last futile attempt at resistance. Then she felt herself bodily lifted in strong arms and swung to a man's shoulder. Thus Hollis bore her into the house, wherein the chair, the poles having been removed, was also presently bestowed. The colonel turned to the right of the roomy hall, in which two silent figures stood at attention, Buckingham's other two French lackeys, and entered a moderate-sized square chamber, sombrely furnished and sombrely wainscoted from bare floor to whitened ceiling. In the middle of the room a table with massive corkscrew legs was laid for supper, and on its polished surface gleamed crystal and silver in the light from the great candle branch that occupied its middle. The long window overlooking the street was close shuttered, the shutters barred. Under this stood a daybed of cane and carved oak, furnished with velvet cushions of a dull wine colour. To this daybed Hollis conveyed his burden. Having set her down, he stooped to remove the handkerchief that bound her wrists. It was a compassionate act, for he knew that the pinioning must be causing pain by now to her arms. Under the broad brim of his hat, his face, moist from his exertions, gleamed white. His lips were tightly compressed. Hitherto intent upon the accomplishment of the business as he had planned it, he had given little thought to its ugly nature. Now suddenly, as he bent over this figure, at once so graceful, so delicate and frail, as a faint sweet perfume that she had used assailed his nostrils, conveying to his senses a suggestion of her daintiness and femininity, disgust of the thing he did overwhelmed him like physical nausea. He turned away to close the door, tossing aside his hat and cloak, and mopping his brow as he went, for the sweat was running down him like basting on a capon. Whilst he was crossing the room, she struggled to her feet, and her hands being now at liberty, she tugged and tore at the scarf until she loosed it so that it slipped down from her face and hung in folds about her neck and shoulders above the line of her low-cut modish bodice. Erect there, breathing hard, her eyes flaming, she flung her words angrily at the tall, loose-limbed figure of her captor. "Sir," she said, "you will let me depart at once, or you shall pay dearly for this villainy." He closed the door and turned again to face her. He attempted to smother in a smile the hangdog expression of his countenance. "Unless you suffer me to depart at once, you shall—" There she paused. Abruptly she broke off, to lean forward a little, staring at him, her parted lips and dilating eyes bearing witness to an amazement so overwhelming that it overrode both her anger and her fear. Hoarse and tense came her voice at last. "Who are you? What is your name?" He stared in his turn, checking in the very act of mopping his brow, wondering what it was she saw in him to be moving her so oddly. Where she stood, her face was more than half in shadow, whilst the light of that cluster of candles on the table was beating fully upon his own. He was still considering how he should answer her, what name assume, when she startled him by sparing his invention further trouble in the matter. "You are Randall Hollis!" she cried on a wild, strained note. He advanced a step in a sort of consternation, breathless, some sudden ghastly emotion tearing at his heart, eyeing her wildly, his jaw fallen, his whole face livid as a dead man's. "Randall Hollis!" she repeated in that curiously tortured voice. "You, you of all men, and to do this thing!" Where there had been only wild amazement in her eyes, he beheld now a growing horror, until mercifully she covered her face with her hands. For a moment he copied her action. He, too, acting spasmodically, covered his face. The years rolled back, the room with its table laid for that infamous supper melted away, to be replaced in his vision by a cherry orchard in bloom, and in that orchard a girl on a swing, teasing yet adorable, singing a song that brought him, young and clean and honourable, hastening to her side. He saw himself a lad of 20 going out into the world with a lady's glove in his hat, a glove that to this day he cherished, bent upon knight errantry for that sweet lady's sake, to conquer the world no less, that he might cast it in her lap. And he saw her, this Sylvia Farquharson of the Duke's Theatre, as she had been in those long dead days when her name was Nancy Sylvester. The years had wrought in her appearance a change that utterly disguised her. Where in this resplendently beautiful woman could he discover the little child he had loved so desperately? How could he have dreamt of his little Nancy Sylvester transformed into the magnificent Sylvia Farquharson, whose name he had heard used as a byword for gallantry, lavishness, and prodigality, whose fame was as widespread and questionably lustrous as that of Moll Davies or Eleanor Gwynne? He reeled back until his shoulders came to rest against the closed door, and stared in dazed amazement, his soul revolted by the horror of the situation in which they found themselves. God, he groaned aloud, my Nan, my little Nan. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 18. The Parley. At any other time and in any other place, this meeting must have filled him with horror of a different kind. His soul might have been swept by pain and anger to find Nancy Sylvester, whom his imagination had placed high and inaccessible as the very stars, whose memory had acted as a beacon to him, casting a pure white light to guide him through the quagmire of many a vile temptation, reduced to this state of, as he judged it, evil splendour. Just now, however, the consciousness of his own infamous position blotted out all other thought. He staggered forward and fell on his knees before her. Nan, Nan, he cried in a strangled voice, I did not know, I did not dream. It was enough to confirm the very worst of the fears that were assailing her, to afford her that explanation of his presence against which she had been desperately struggling in defiance of the overwhelming evidences. She stood before him, a woman of little more than average height and of an almost sapling grace, yet invested with something proud and regal and aloof that did not desert her even now in this terrible situation, at once of peril and of cruelest disillusion. She was dressed, as it chanced, entirely in white, and all in white she stood before him, save where the folds of the blue scarf with which she had been muffled still hung about her neck and bosom. No whiter than her oval face was her gown of shimmering ivory satin. About her long-shaped eyes, that could by turns be provocative, mocking, and caressing in their glances, dark stains of suffering were growing manifest, whilst in their blue-green depths there was nothing but stark horror. She put a delicate tapering hand to her brow, brushing thence the modish tendrils of her chestnut hair, and twice she attempted to speak before words would come from her stiff lips. You did not know. Pain rendered harsh and rasping the voice whose natural music had seduced whole multitudes, and the sound of it was a sword of sharpness to that kneeling, distracted man. It is, then, as I thought. You have done this thing at the hiring of another. You are so fallen that you play the hired bully, and you are Randall Hollis. A groan, a wild gesture of despair were the outward signs of his torment. On his knees he dragged himself nearer to her very feet. Nan, Nan, don't judge until you have heard, until— But she interrupted him. His very abjectness was in itself an eloquent admission of the worst. Heard? Have you not told me all? You did not know. You did not know that it was I whom you were carrying off. Do you think I cannot guess who is the master villain that employs you for his jackal? And you did not know it was I, that it was one who loved you once, when you were clean and honest. Nan, Nan, oh God! But I never loved you as I loathe you now for the foul thing you are become. You that were to conquer the world for me. You did not know that it was I whom you were paid to carry off. And you are so shameless, so lost to honour, that you dare to urge that ignorance as your excuse. Well, you know it now, and I hope you are punished in the knowledge. I hope that, if any lingering sense of shame abides in you, it will scorch your miserable soul to ashes. Get up, man, she bade him, regally contemptuous, splendidly tragic. Shall grovelling there mend any of your vileness? He came instantly to his feet, yet it was not, as she supposed, in obedience to her command. so much as out of a sudden awakening to the need for instant action. All the agony that was threatening to burst his soul must be repressed. All that he had to say in expression and perhaps relieving of that agony must wait. What I have done I can undo, he said, and commanding himself under the stress of that urgent necessity, he assumed a sudden firmness. Shall we stand talking here instead of acting, when every moment of delay increases your danger? Come, as I carried you hither in defiance of all, so I will carry you hence again at once, while yet there is time. She recoiled before the hand that he flung out, as if to seize her and compel her. There was a sudden fury of anger in her eyes, a fury of scorn on her lips. You will carry me hence? You? I am to trust myself to you? He never winced under the lash of her contempt, so intent was he upon that one urgent thing. Will you stay, then, and trust yourself to Buckingham? He flung fiercely back at her. Come, I say, he commanded, oddly masterful in his overwhelming concern for her. With you? Oh, not that! Never with you, never! He beat his hands together in his frenzy of impatience. Will you not realize that there is no time to lose? That if you stay here you are lost? Go alone if you will. Return home at once. But since you must go afoot, and you may presently be pursued, suffer me at least to follow after you, to do what I can to make you safe. Trust me in this. For your own sake, trust me, in God's name. Trust you? She echoed, and almost she seemed to laugh. You? After this? Ay, after this, because of this. I may be as vile as you are deeming me, not a doubt I am, but I never could have been vile to you. It may not excuse me to protest that I did not know it was against you that I was acting, but it should make you believe that I am ready to defend you now that I know. You must believe me. Can you doubt me in such a matter? Unless I meant honestly by you, why should I be urging you to depart? Come. This time he caught her by the wrist, and maintained his hold against her faint attempt to liberate herself. He attempted to draw her after him across the room. A moment she hung back, resisting still. For God's sake, he implored her madly. At any moment Buckingham may arrive. This time she yielded to a spur that earlier her passion had made her disregard. Between such evils there could be no choice. She looked into his livid, gleaming face, distorted by his anguish and anxiety. I can trust you in this? If I trust you, you will bear me safely home? You swear it? As God's my witness, he sobbed in his impatience. There was an end to her resistance now. More. She displayed a sudden urgency that matched his own. Quick, quick then, she panted. Ah! He drew a deep breath of thankfulness, snatched up hat and cloak from the chair where he tossed them, and drew her across the room by the wrist, of which he still retained his grip. And then, just as they reached the door, it was thrust open from without, and the tall, graceful figure of the Duke of Buckingham, his curled fair head almost touching the lintel, stood before them, a flush of fevered expectancy on his handsome face. In his right hand he held his heavily feathered hat. His left rested on the pummel of the light dress rapier he was wearing. The pair recoiled before him, and Hollis loosed her wrist upon the swift, instinctive apprehension that here he was like to need his hands for other things. His Grace was all in glittering satin, black and white like a magpie, with jewels in the lace at his throat, and a baldric of garter blue across his breast. A moment he stood there at gaze, with narrowing eyes, puzzled by something odd in their attitudes, and looking from Miss Fercarson's pale, startled loveliness to the stiff, grim figure of her companion. Then he came slowly forward, leaving the door wide behind him. He bowed low to the lady without speaking. As he came erect again, it was to the colonel that he addressed himself. All should be here, I think, he said, waving a hand towards table and sideboard. Hollis half turned to follow the gesture, and he stood a moment as if pondering the supper equipment, glad of that moment in which to weigh the situation. Out there, in the hall, somewhere just beyond that open door, would be waiting, he knew, Buckingham's 4 French lackeys, who at their master's bidding would think no more of slitting his throat than of slicing the glazed capon on the sideboard yonder. He had been in many a tighter corner than this in his adventurous life, but never before had there been a woman on his hands to hamper him, and at the same time to agonize and numb his wits with anxiety. He thanked heaven for the prudence which had silenced his impulse to bid Buckingham stand aside when he had first made his appearance. Had he acted upon that, there would very likely have been an end of him by now. And once there was an end of him, Nan would lie entirely at the Duke's mercy. His life had come suddenly to matter very much. He must go very warily. The Duke's voice, sharp with impatience, roused him. "Well, booby, will you stand there all night considering?" Hollis turned. "All is here under your Grace's hand, I think," he said quietly. "Then you may take yourself off." Hollis bowed submissively. He dared not look at Nan, but he caught the sudden gasp of her breath, and without looking beheld her start, and imagined the renewed horror and wide-eyed scorn in which she regarded this fresh display of cowardice and vileness. He stalked to the door, the Duke's eyes following him with odd suspicion, puzzled ever by that something here which he perceived, but whose significance eluded him. Holding the edge of the open door in his hand, Hollis half turned again. He was still playing for time in which to decide upon his course of action. "Your Grace, I take it, will not require me further tonight." His Grace considered. Beyond the Duke, Hollis had a glimpse of Nan, standing wide-eyed, livid as death, leaning against the table, her right hand pressed upon her heaving breast as if to control its tumult. "No," said his Grace slowly at last, "yet you had best remain at hand with Francois and the others." "Very well," said Hollis, and turned to go. The key was, he observed, on the outside of the door. He stooped and withdrew it from the lock. "Your Grace would perhaps prefer the key on the inside," he said with an odious smirk, and whilst his Grace impatiently shrugged his indifference, Hollis made the transference. Having made it, he closed the door swiftly, and he had quietly turned the key in the lock, withdrawn and pocketed it before his Grace recovered from his surprise at the eccentricity of his behavior. "What's this?" he demanded sharply, taking a step towards the Colonel, and from Nan there came a faint cry, a sob, scarcely more than to announce the reaction caused by sudden understanding and the revival of her hopes from the despair into which she had fallen. Hollis, his shoulders to the door, showed a face that was now grim and set. He cast from him again the hat and cloak which he had been holding. "It is, your Grace, that I desire a word in private with you, safe from the inconvenient intrusion of your lackeys." The Duke drew himself up very stiff and stern, not a little intrigued, as you conceive, by all this, but quite master of himself. Fear, as I think I have said, was an emotion utterly unknown to him. Had he but been capable of the same self-mastery in other directions, he might have been the greatest man in England. He made now no outcry, put no idle questions that must derogate from the dignity with which he felt it incumbent to invest himself. "Proceed, sir," he said coldly. "Let us have the explanation of this insolence, so that we may make an end of it." "That is soon afforded." Hollis, too, spoke quietly. "This lady, your Grace, is a friend of mine, an old friend. I did not know it until I had conveyed her hither. Upon discovering it, I would have escorted her hence again, and I was about to do so when your Grace arrived. I have now to ask you to pledge me your word of honour that you will do nothing to prevent our peaceful departure, that you will offer no hindrance either in your own person or in that of your servants." For a long moment Buckingham stood considering him without moving from the spot where he stood, midway between Hollis and the girl, his shoulder to the latter. Beyond a heightening of the colour about his eyes and cheekbones, he gave no sign of emotion. He even smiled, though not quite pleasantly. "But how simple," he said with a little laugh. "Nothing indeed could be of a more engaging simplicity. And how touching is the situation! How romantic! An old friend of yours, you say, and of course because of that the world is to stand still." Then his voice hardened. "And should I refuse to pledge my word, what does Colonel Hollis propose?" "It will be very bad for your Grace," said Hollis. "Almost I think you threaten me." Buckingham betrayed a faint amazement. "You may call it that." The Duke's whole manner changed. He plucked off his mask of arrogant languor. "By God!" he ejaculated, and his voice was rasping as a file. "That is enough of this insolence, my man. You'll unlock that door at once and go your ways, or I'll call my men to beat you to a jelly." "It was lest your Grace should be tempted to such ungentle measures that I took the precaution to lock the door." Hollis was smooth as velvet. "I will ask your Grace to observe that it is a very stout door, and that the lock is a very sound one. You may summon your lackeys, but before they can reach you it is very probable that your Grace will be in hell." Buckingham laughed, and even as he laughed he whipped the light rapier from its scabbard, and flung forward in a lunge across the distance, which he had measured with his very practised swordsman's eye. It was an action swift as lightning, and of a deadly precision, shrewdly calculated to take the other by surprise and transfix him before he could make a move to guard himself. But swift as it was, and practised as was the Duke's skill, he was opposed to one as swift and practised, one who had too often kept his life with his hands not to be schooled in every trick of rough and tumble. Hollis had seen that calculating look in the Duke's eyes as they measured the distance between them, and because he had more than once before seen just such a calculating look in the eyes of other men, and knew what followed, he had guessed the Duke's purpose, and he had been prepared. Even as the Duke drew and lunged in one movement, so, in one movement too, Hollis drew and fell on guard to deflect that treacherous lightning stroke. Nan's sudden scream of fear and the clash of the two blades rang out at the same moment. The Colonel's parry followed on into the enveloping movement of a riposte that whirled his point straight at the Duke's face on the low level to which this had been brought by the lunge. To avoid it, Buckingham was forced to make a recovery, a retreat as precipitate as the advance had been swift. Erect once more, his Grace fell back, his breathing quickened a little, and for a moment the two men stood in silence, their points lowered, measuring each other with their eyes. Then Hollis spoke. "Your Grace, this is a game in which the dice are heavily cogged against you," he said gravely. "Better take the course I first proposed." Buckingham uttered a sneering laugh. He had entirely mistaken the other's meaning. "Why, you roaring captain, you pitiful Bobadil, do you think to affright me with swords and antics? It is against yourself the dice are loaded. Unlock that door and get you hence, or I'll carve you into ribbons." "Oh, ho! And who's the roaring captain now? Who the Bobadil? Who the very butcher of a silk button?" cried Hollis, stung to anger. He would have added more, perhaps, but the Duke stemmed him. "Enough talk," he snapped. "The key, you rogue, or I'll skewer you where you stand." Hollis grinned at him. "I little thought when I saved your life that night at Worcester that I should be faced with the need to take it thus." "You think to move me with that reminder, do you?" said the Duke, and drove at him. "Hardly. I'll move you in another way, you lovelorn ninny-hammer," Hollis snarled back, and then the blades ground together again, and they were engaged in deadly earnest. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 19, The Battle. I do not suppose that any two men ever engaged with greater confidence than those. Doubt of the issue was in the mind of neither. Each regarded the other half contemptuously as a fool rushing upon his doom. Hollis was a man of his hands, trained in the hardest school of all, and although for some months now sword practice had been a thing neglected by him, yet it never occurred to him that he should find serious opposition in a creature whose proper environment was the court rather than the camp. The Duke of Buckingham, whilst making no parade of the fact, was possibly the best blade of his day in England. He, too, after all, had known his years of adversity and adventurous vagrancy, years in which he had devoted a deal of study to the sword, for which he was gifted with a natural aptitude. Of great coolness in danger, vigorous and agile of frame, he had a length of reach which would still give him an advantage on those rare occasions where all else was equal. He regarded the present affair merely as a tiresome interruption to be brushed aside as speedily as possible. Therefore he attacked with vigour, and his very contempt of his opponent made him careless. It was well for him in the first few seconds of that combat that Hollis had reflected that to kill the Duke would be much too serious a matter in its ultimate consequences, and possibly in its immediate ones. For Buckingham's lackeys were at hand, and, after disposing of their master, he must still run the gauntlet of those fellows before he could win to freedom with Nancy. His aim, therefore, must be to disarm or disable the Duke, and then, holding him at his mercy, compel from him the pledge to suffer their unmolested departure, which the Duke at present refused. Thus it happened that in the first moments of the engagement he neglected the openings which the Duke's recklessness afforded him, intent instead upon reaching and crippling the Duke's sword-arm. Two such attempts, however, each made over the Duke's guard on a riposte, disclosed to Buckingham not only the intention, but also something of the quality of the swordsman to whom he was opposed, whilst the ease with which the Duke foiled those attempts caused Hollis also to correct the assumption upon which he had engaged. The next few seconds fully revealed to each of them the rashness of underrating an antagonist, and as their mutual respect increased, they settled down now to fight more closely and cautiously. In the background, in a tall armchair to which she had sunk, and in which she now reclined bereft of strength, white with terror, her pulses drumming, her breathing so shortened that she felt as if she must suffocate, sat Nancy Sylvester, the only agonized witness of that encounter of which she was herself the subject. At first the Duke's back was towards her, whilst, beyond him, Hollis faced her, so that she had a full view of his countenance. It was very calm and set, and there was a fixed, unblinking intentness about the grey eyes that never seemed to waver in their steady regard of his opponents. She observed the elastic, half-crouching poise of his body, and in the ease with which his sword was whirled this way and that, she realized the trained skill and vigorous suppleness of his wrist. She began to take courage. She gathered, as she watched him, some sense of the calm confidence in which he fought, a confidence which gradually communicated itself to her and came to soothe the terror that had been numbing her wits. Suddenly there was a change of tactics. Buckingham moved swiftly aside, away to his left. It was almost a leap, and as he moved he lunged in the new line he now confronted, a lunge calculated to take Hollis in the flank. But Hollis shifted his feet with the easy speed of a dancer, and veered to face his opponent in this new line, ready to meet the hard-driven point when it was delivered. As a result of that breaking of ground, she now had them both in profile, and it was only now, when too late, that she perceived what an opportunity she had missed to strike a blow in her own defence. The thing might have been done, should have been done, whilst the Duke was squarely offering her his undefended back. Had she been anything, she told herself, but the numbed, dazed, witless creature that she was, she would have snatched a knife from the table to plant it between his shoulder blades. It may have been the sense of some such peril, the fighter's instinctive dread of an unguarded back, that had driven the Duke to break ground as he had done. He repeated the action again and yet again, compelling Hollis each time to circle so that he might meet the ever-altered line of attack, until in the end the Duke had the door behind him and both Hollis and the girl in front. Meanwhile the sounds of combat in that locked room, the stamp of shifting feet and the ringing of blades, had drawn the attention of the men in the hall outside. There came a vigorous knocking on the door, accompanied by voices. The sound was an enheartening relief to Buckingham, who was finding his opponent much more difficult to dispatch than he had expected. Not only this, but fearless though he might be, he was growing conscious that the engagement was not without danger to himself. This rascal Hollis was of an unusual strength. He raised his voice suddenly. "À moi, Francois! Antoine! À moi!" "Monseigneur!" wailed the voice of Francois, laden with alarm from beyond the oak. "Enfoncez la porte!" Buckingham shouted back. Came heavy blows upon the door in answer to that command. Then silence, and a shifting of feet as the grooms set their straining shoulders to the oak. But the stout timbers withstood such easy methods. The men's footsteps retreated, and there followed a spell of silence, whose meaning was quite obvious to both combatants. The grooms were gone for implements to break down the door. That made an end of the colonel's hopes of rendering the Duke defenceless, a task whose difficulty he began to perceive that he must find almost insuperable. He settled down, therefore, to fight with grimmer purpose. There was no choice for him now but to kill Buckingham before the grooms won through that door, or all would be lost indeed. The act would no doubt be followed by his own destruction at the hands either of Buckingham's followers or of the law, but Nancy at least would be delivered from her persecutor. Full now of that purpose, he changed his tactics, and from a defensive which had aimed at wearing down the Duke's vigour, he suddenly passed to the offensive. Disengage now followed disengage with lightning swiftness, and for some seconds the Duke found the other's point to be everywhere at once. Hard pressed, his Grace was compelled to give ground. But as he fell back, he sidestepped upon reaching the door, not daring now to set his shoulders to it, lest, by cutting off his own retreat, he should find himself pinned there by the irresistible blade of his opponent. It was the first wavering of his confidence, this instinctive craving for space behind him in which to retreat. So far, Hollis had fought on almost academic lines, no more, indeed, being necessary for the purpose he had been setting himself. But now that this purpose was changed, and finding that mere speed and vigour could not drive his point beyond the Duke's iron guard, he had recourse to more liberal methods. There was a trick, a deadly, never-failing trick, that he had learned years ago from an Italian master, a soldier of fortune who, like himself, had drifted into mercenary service with the Dutch. He would essay it now. He sidestepped to the left and lunged on a high line of tierce, his point aimed at the throat of his opponent. The object of this was no more than to make the Duke swing round to parry. The lunge was not intended to go home. It was no more than a feint. Without meeting the opposing blade as it shifted to the threatening line, Hollis dropped his point and his body at the same time, until he was supported at the fullest stretch by his left hand upon the ground. Upward under the Duke's guard he whirled his point, and the Duke, who had been carried, as Hollis had calculated that he would be, a little too far round in the speed required, thus unduly exposing his left flank, found that point coming straight for his heart. He was no more than in time to beat it aside with his left hand, and even so it ripped through the sleeve of his doublet and tore his flesh just above the elbow. But for that wound there might well have been an end of Hollis, for this trick of his was such that it must succeed or else leave him that essays it momentarily at the mercy of his antagonist. That moment presented itself now, but it was gone again before the Duke had mastered the twitch occasioned him by the tearing of his arm. His recovery and downward driven riposte were swift, but too late by half a heartbeat. Hollis was no longer there to be impaled. They smiled grimly at each other as erect they stood, pausing a second after that mutually near escape of death. Then, as a succession of resounding blows fell upon the door, Hollis drove at him again with redoubled fury. From the sound of the blows it would seem that the grooms had got an axe to work and were bent upon hacking out the lock. Hollis realized that there was no time to lose. Buckingham, that his safety lay in playing for time, and allowing the other's furious attacks to spend themselves against his defence. Twice again, despite his wound, he used his left hand, from which the blood was dripping freely, to dash aside the other's blade. Once he did it with impunity, but when he repeated the action, Hollis took advantage of it to fling himself suddenly forward inside the Duke's guard until they were breast to breast, and with his own left he seized the Duke's sword wrist in a grip that paralyzed it. Before, however, he could carry out his intention of shortening his sword, his own wrist was captive in the Duke's blood-smeared left hand. He sought to force himself free of that grip, but the Duke maintained it with a tenacity born of the desperate knowledge that his life depended on it, that if he loosed his hold there would be an instant end of him. Thus now, in this fierce corps à corps, they writhed and swayed hither and thither, snarling and panting and tugging, whilst the sound of the blows upon the door announced the splintering of a panel, and Nancy, half swooning in her chair, followed the nightmare struggles of the two men in wide-eyed but only half-seeing terror. They crashed across the room to the daybed under the window, and the Duke went down upon it backwards in a sitting posture, but still he retained his grip of the Colonel's sword wrist. Hollis thrust his knee into the Duke's stomach to gain greater leverage. Now, at last, with the increased strain that Hollis brought to bear, Buckingham's fingers were beginning to slip. And then, under a final blow, the door all splintered about, the lock flew open, and the grooms flowed into the room to their master's rescue. Hollis tore his wrist free at the same moment by a last wrench, but it was too late. Casting the Duke's sword hand from him, he sprang away and round with a tearing sob to face the lackeys. For a second his glittering point held them at bay. Then the blow of a club shivered the blade, and they rushed in upon him. He felled one of them with a blow of the hilt, which he still retained, before a club took him across the skull. Under that blow he reeled back against the table, his limbs sagged, and he sank down in a heap unconscious. As he lay there, one of the grooms standing over him swung his club again with the clear intention of beating out his brains, but the Duke arrested the descending blow. "It is not necessary," he said. He was white and breathing hard from his exertions, and there was a fevered glitter in his eyes. But these signs apart, he was master of himself. "Your arm, Monseigneur," cried Francois, pointing to the blood that filled his sleeve. "Bah! A scratch. Presently." Then he pointed to the prone, limp figure of Hollis, from whose head the blood was slowly trickling. "Get a rope, Francois, and truss him up." Francois departed on his errand. "You others carry Antoine out." in return for Bobadil. I may have a use for him yet." They moved to obey him, and picked up their fellow whom Hollis had felled before he himself went down. The Duke was not pleased with them at all. A little more, and they might have been too late. But to reproach them with it entailed an admission which this proud, vain man was reluctant to make. They trooped out obediently, and Buckingham, still very pale, but breathing now more composedly, turned to Nancy with a queer little smile on lips that looked less red than usual. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 20. The Conqueror. She had reached that point of endurance at which sensibility becomes mercifully dulled. She sat there, her head resting against the tall back of the chair, her eyes closed, a sense of physical nausea pervading her. Yet at the sound of the Duke's voice gently addressing her, she opened her long blue eyes, set now in deep stains of suffering, and looked at this handsome satyr who stood before her in an attitude of deference that was in itself a mockery. "Dear Sylvia," he was saying, "I am beyond measure pained that you should have been subjected to this unseemly spectacle. I need not protest that it was no part of my intention." She answered him almost mechanically, yet the ironical answer she delivered was true to her proud nature and the histrionic art which would not be denied expression, even in the extremity to which she was reduced. "That, sir, I can well believe." He considered her, wondering a little at that flash of spirit from one in her condition. If anything, it but served to increase his admiration. He sighed. "Ah, my Sylvia, you shall forgive me the shifts to which my love has driven me, and this last shift of all with that roaring fool's heroics and what they have led to. Endeavour not to think too harshly of me, child. Don't blame me altogether. Blame that cos amoris, that very whetstone of love, your own incomparable loveliness and grace." She sat now stiffly upright, dissembling her fear behind a mask of indignant scorn that was sincere enough. "Love," she answered him in a sudden gust of that same scorn. "You call this violence love?" He answered her with a throbbing vehemence of sincerity, a man pleading his own defence. "Not the violence, but that which has moved me to it, that which would move me to tear down a world if it stood between you and me. I want you, Sylvia, more than I have ever wanted anything in life. It is because of the very fervency and sincerity of my passion that I have gone so clumsily to work, that in every attempt to lay my homage and devotion at your feet I have but provoked your resentment. Yet, child, I swear to you that, if it lay in my power, if I were free to make you my Duchess, that is the place I should be offering to you now. I swear it by everything I hold sacred." She looked at him. There had been a humility in his bearing which, together with that vibrant sincerity in his voice, must surely have moved her at any other time. It moved her now, but only to a still greater scorn. "Is anything sacred to such a man as you?" She rose by an effort and stood before him, swaying, slightly conscious of dizziness and of shivers, and marvelling a little that she should be unable better to command herself. But she commanded herself at least sufficiently to give him his answer. "Sir, your persecution of me has rendered you loathly and abhorrent in my sight, and nothing that you may now do can alter that. I tell you this in the hope that some spirit of manliness, some sense of dignity will cry a halt to you, so that you may disabuse your mind of any notion that you can prevail by continuing to pursue and plague me with your hateful attentions. And now, sir, I beg you to bid your creatures fetch the chair in which I was brought hither, and carry me hence again. Detain me further, and I promise you, sir, that you shall be called to give a strict account of this night's work. The whiplash of her contempt, which she was at pains to render manifest in every word she uttered, the loathing that scorched him from her lovely eyes, served but to stir a dull resentment and to arouse the beast in him. The change was instantly apparent in the sneer that flickered over his white face, in the ugly little soft laugh with which he greeted her demand. "Let you depart so soon? How can you think it, Sylvia? To have been at such infinite pains to cage you, you lovely bird, merely to let you fly away again." "Either you let me depart at once, sir," she told him almost fiercely, her weakness conquered now in her own indignation, "or the town shall ring with your infamy. You have practised abduction, sir, and you know the penalty. I shall know how to make you pay it. I swear that you shall hang, though you be Duke of 20 Buckinghams. You do not want for enemies, who will be glad enough to help me, and I am not entirely without friends, your grace." He shrugged. "Enemies," he sneered. "Friends." He waved a disdainful hand towards the unconscious Hollies. "There lies one of your friends, if what the rascal said was true. The others will not be more difficult to dispose of. Your grooms will not suffice to save you from the others." That stung him. The blood leapt to his face at that covert taunt that it was only the intervention of his men had saved him now. But he made answer with a deadly smoothness. "So much even will not be needed. Come, child, be sensible. See precisely where you stand." "I see it clearly enough," she answered. "I will take leave to doubt it. You do as little justice to my wits, it seems, as ever you have done to my poor person. Who is to charge me, and with what? You will charge me. You will accuse me of bringing you here by force against your will, and here retaining you. Abduction, in short, you say, and you remind me that it is a grave offence at law. A hanging matter even for dukes," said she. "Maybe, maybe, but first the charge must be made good. Where are your witnesses? Until you produce them, it will be your word against mine, and the word of an actress, however exalted, is, in such matters, the word of an actress." He smiled upon her. "Then this house, it is not mine. It is tenanted by a ruffian named Hollis. It was taken by him a few days ago in his own name. It was he who brought you here by force. Well, well, if there must be a scapegoat, perhaps he will do as well as another. And anyhow, he is overdue for the gallows on quite other crimes. He brought you here by force. So far we shall not contradict each other. What follows? How came I here into that man's house? Why, to rescue you, of course, and I stayed to comfort you in your natural distress. The facts will prove my story. My grooms will swear to it. It will then be seen that in charging me you are a scheming adventuress, returning evil for good, seeking to profit by my unwary generosity. You smile? You think the reputation bestowed upon me by a scandal-mongering populace will suffice to give that tale the lie? I am not of your opinion, and anyway I am prepared to take the risk. Oh, I would take greater risks for you, my dear." She made a little gesture of contempt. "You may be a very master of the art of lying, as of all other evil arts, but lies shall not avail you if you dare to detain me now." "If I dare to detain you!" He leaned nearer to her, devouring her with his smouldering eyes. "If I dare, child, dare?" She shrank before him in sheer terror. Then, conquering herself, stiffening in every limb, she drew herself erect. Majestically, a very queen of tragedy, she flung out an arm in a gesture of command. "Stand back, sir, stand back and let me pass. Let me go." He fell back, indeed, a pace or two, but only that he might the better contemplate her. He found her magnificent. In the poise of her graceful body, the ivory pallor of her face, the eyes that glowed and burned and looked the larger for the deep, dark shadows in which they were now set. Suddenly, with an almost inarticulate cry, he sprang forward to seize her. He would make an end of this maddening resistance. He would melt this icy disdain until it should run like water. She slipped aside and away in panic before his furious onslaught, oversetting the high-backed chair in which she had lately been sitting. The crash of its fall seemed to penetrate to the slumbering mind of Hollis and disturb his unconsciousness, for he stirred a little, uttering a faint moan. Beyond that, however, her flight accomplished nothing. 2 yards away the wainscot faced her. She would have run round the table, but before she could turn to do so, the Duke had seized her. She faced him, savagely at bay, raising her hands to protect herself, but his arms went round her arms, forcing her hands down to her sides, and crushing her hurtfully against him, heedless himself in his frenzy of the hot pain in his own lacerated shoulder, in which the bleeding was redoubled by this effort. Helpless in his arms she lay. "You coward! You beast! You vileness!" she gasped, and then he stopped her mouth with kisses. "Call me what you will, I hold you, I have you, and not all the power of England shall tear you from me now. Realize it, child," he fell to pleading. "Realize and accept, and you will find that I have but mastered you only so that I may become your slave." She answered him nothing. Again that dizziness, that physical sickness was assailing her. She moaned a little, lying helpless there in that grip of his that to her was as loathly and deadly as the coiling embrace of some great snake, of which it brought the image to her mind. Again he was kissing her, her eyes, her mouth, her throat, about which still hung the folds of the blue scarf that had served to muffle her. Because this offended him, and was in some sense an obstacle, a barrier, he seized one end of it, and tearing it roughly away, laid bare the lovely throat and breast it had so inconveniently veiled. Over that white throat he now bent his head like some evil vampire, but his fevered lips never reached it. In the very act of bending he paused and stiffened. Behind him he could hear the footsteps of his grooms re-entering the chamber, but it was not their coming that imposed this restraint upon him, that dilated and bulged his eyes with horror, that fetched the ashen pallor to his cheeks, and set him suddenly trembling and shuddering from head to foot. For a moment he was as a man paralyzed. His limbs refused their office. They seemed turned to lead. Slowly, where he would have had them swift, his arms relaxed their grip of that sweet body. Slowly they uncoiled themselves, and slowly he fell back before her, crouching forward the while, staring ever, his jaw fallen, his face the face of a man in the last extremity of terror. Suddenly he raised his right hand to point with a shaking finger at her throat. Hoarsely, in a cracked voice, he spoke. "The tokens! The tokens!" The three grooms, entering at that moment, checked and stood there, just within the threshold, as if suddenly turned to stone. The awakening Hollis on the ground, raising himself a little and thrusting back the tumbled hair, which was being matted to his brow by blood from his cracked head, looked dazedly round and up, to see the Duke's shaking, pointing hand, to hear the Duke's quavering voice, this time saying yet again, "The tokens!" His Grace fell back step by step, gasping with dread, until suddenly he swung about to face his men. "Back!" he bade them, his voice shrill. "Back! Away! Out of this! She is infected! My God, she has the plague! The tokens are upon her!" A moment still they stood at gaze in this horror which they fully shared with him. They craned forward to look at Miss Farquharson, leaning faint and limp against the wainscot, her white neck and shoulders thrown into dazzling relief against the dark brown of the background. And from where they stood they could make out quite plainly, stamped upon the white loveliness of that throat, the purple blotch that was the brand and token of the pestilence. As the Duke reached them, they turned in sudden dread of him. Might he not himself already carry upon him the terrible infection? With wild cries of terror they fled before him out of the room and out of the house, never heeding the commands which, as he precipitately followed, he flung after them. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 21, Under the Red Cross. The main door slammed upon those precipitately departing men. Their running steps clattered over the cobbles of the street and receded quickly out of earshot. Colonel Hollis and the woman he had sought so passionately long years ago, until despair had turned him from the quest, were alone together at last in that house, brought thither by that ironic destiny of his, in circumstances of horror piled on horror. The very act by which at last he had found her irrevocably lost her to him again. The very chance that had brought them together after all these years flung them at the same time farther apart than they had ever been, and this without taking into account the fact that she was a woman now with the seal of death upon her. Was he not Fortune's fool indeed? The violent slamming of that door appeared to rouse him to a further degree of consciousness. Painfully he got to his knees, and with dazed eyes looked round the room. Again he brushed back the tangle of hair from his brow, and thereafter dully considered his hand, which was wet and smeared with blood. The mists that enveloped his brain, obscuring and confusing his mental view of the events that had occurred before he was stricken down, and since consciousness had begun to return to him, were now gradually dispersing. Understanding of where he was and how he had come there grew clear at last. He rose to his feet and stood swaying a moment, looking round, dull-eyed as a drunkard. He beheld Nancy, her shoulders turned to him, contemplating herself in an oblong Venetian mirror that adorned the wall beyond the table, and in the mirror itself he beheld the reflection of her face. It was ashen, and there was a staring, ghastly horror in her eyes. It was then that he began to remember and piece together the incidents of the confused scene upon which his gaze had fallen when first his mind was dimly rousing itself. Again he saw Buckingham crouching and shuddering as he backed away from Nancy, pointing to her the while with a palsied hand, and again he heard the Duke's quavering voice and the dread words it uttered. He understood. Nancy was safe from Buckingham. She had been snatched from the Duke at the 11th hour by a ravisher even more merciless and infinitely more foul. This she was herself realizing as she contemplated her image in that little mirror and beheld the brand of the pestilence on her white breast. Although she had never before seen that betraying purple blotch, yet she had heard it described, and she could have had no doubt of its significance, even without the terrified explanation that Buckingham had supplied. Whether it was from horror of what she beheld, or whether from the workings of the fell disease, which may also have been responsible for those moments of dizziness by which she had been earlier assailed, but which she had assigned to emotion, she found her image contracting and expanding now before her eyes. Then she felt the room rocking about her, the ground heaving under her feet as if it had been the unstable deck of a ship. She reeled back and knew, without power to help herself, that she was falling, when suddenly she felt herself caught and supported. She looked up and beheld the ghastly blood-smeared face of Randall Hollis, who had sprung instinctively to her assistance. For a long moment she stared at him, dull-eyed, a little frown of effort drawing her brows together. Dully then she spoke. "Do not touch me. Did you not hear? I have the plague." "Aye, I heard," he answered. "You will take the infection," she warned him. "It is very likely," said he, "but no great matter." On that he lifted her in his arms, as he had lifted her once before that night. Despite his shaken condition, the act cost him but little effort, for she was very slim and light. Unresisting, for she was too dazed and weak for any physical resistance now, she suffered him to bear her to the daybed. There he set her down at full length, carefully adjusting the wine-coloured cushions so as to give ease to her head and limbs. Then he passed round the couch to the shuttered windows, unbarred them, and set the casement wide to let a draught of the clean, cool night air into the stifling room. That done, he turned, and remained standing there beside the couch, looking down upon her with eyes that were as the eyes of some poor dumb beast in pain. The cool air revived her a little, set her pulses beating more steadily, and cleared her mind of some of the numbness that had been settling upon it. For a spell she lay there, panting a little, remembering and realizing the situation and her own condition. Then she raised her eyes to look at the ghastly, haggard face above her, and to meet that anguished glance. For a little while she stared at him, her own countenance expressionless. "Why do you stay?" she asked him at length in a dull voice. Go your ways, sir, and leave me to die. It is, I think, all that remains to do, and I think that I shall die the easier without your company." He stepped back as if she had struck him. He made as if to answer her, then his parted lips came together again. His chin sank until it touched his breast. He turned, and with dragging feet walked slowly out of the room, softly closing the door. She lay there invaded suddenly by a great fear. She strained her ears to catch the sound of his footsteps in the passage, until finally the slamming of the door leading to the street announced to her that, taking her at her word, he was gone indeed. She sat up in alarm, holding her breath, listening to his steps, moving quickly now, almost at a run, up the street. At last she could hear them no longer. Her fears mounted for all her brave talk. The thought of dying alone, abandoned, in this empty house filled her with terror, so that it seemed to her now that even the company of that dastard would have been better than this horror of loneliness in the hour of death. She attempted to rise, to follow, to seek the companionship of human beings who might yet afford her some assistance and ease her sufferings. But her limbs refused their office. She got to her feet merely to collapse again exhausted. And now she flung herself prone upon the daybed and sobbed aloud until the searing pain in her breast conquered even her self-pity and stretched her writhing in agony as if upon a rack. At last a merciful unconsciousness supervened. And meanwhile Hollis was moving mechanically and instinctively at speed up Sermon Lane in the direction of Paul's. Why he should have chosen to go that way sooner than another he could not have told you. The streets were utterly deserted even at that early hour, for this was not a time in which folk chose to roam abroad at nights, and, moreover, the Lord Mayor's enactments now compelled all taverns and houses of entertainment to close at 9 o'clock. Without hat or cloak, his empty scabbard dangling like a limp tail about his legs, he sped onward, a man half distracted, with but a vague notion of his object and none of the direction in which its fulfilment would be likeliest. As he was approaching Carter Lane, a lantern came dancing like a will-o'-the-wisp round the corner to meet him, and presently the dark outline of the man who carried it grew visible. This man walked with the assistance of a staff, which at closer quarters the lantern's rays revealed to be red in colour. With a gasp of relief, Hollis flung forward towards him. "Keep your distance, sir, keep your distance," a voice warned him out of the gloom. "'Ware infection." But Hollis went recklessly on until the long red wand was raised and pointed towards him to arrest his advance. "Are you mad, sir?" the man cried sharply. Hollis could make out now the pallid outline of his face, which the broad brim of his steeple hat had hitherto kept almost entirely in shadow. "I am an examiner of infected houses." "It is as I hoped," panted Hollis, "that yours might be of some such office. I need a doctor, man, quickly, for one who is taken with the plague." The examiner's manner became brisk at once. "Where?" he demanded. "Close at hand here in Knight Rider Street." "Why, then, Dr. Beamish, there at the corner, is your man. Come." And thus it happened that, from the sleep which had succeeded the swoon that so mercifully whelmed her senses, Nancy was aroused by the sound of steps and voices. Where she lay, she faced the door of the room, and as through billows of mist that now rolled before her eyes, she saw the tall figure of Colonel Hollis enter, followed by two strangers. One of these was a little bird-like man of middle age. The other was young, and of a broad frame and a full countenance. Both were dressed in black, and each carried the red wand which the law prescribed. The younger man, who was the examiner met by Hollis in Sermon Lane, came no farther than the threshold. He was holding close to his nostrils a cloth that gave out a pungent, vinegary smell, and his jaws worked vigorously the while, for he was chewing a stick of snake root as a further measure of prevention. Meanwhile, his companion, who was that same Dr. Beamish he had recommended, approached the patient and made a swift, practised, and silent examination. She suffered it in silence, too utterly trammelled by lethargy to give much thought or care to what might now betide her. The physician held her wrist for a moment in his bony fingers, the middle one upon her pulse. Next, he carefully examined the blotch upon her throat. Finally, he raised first one of her arms and then the other, whilst Hollis, at his bidding, held the candle branch so as to cast the light into the armpit. A grunt escaped him upon the discovery of a swelling in the right one. "This is unusually soon," he said. "It is seldom before the third day that there is such a manifestation." With a forefinger he tested the consistency of that swelling, sending sharp, fiery streams of pain through all her body as it seemed to her. He lowered the arm again and straightened himself, considering her a moment with pursed lips and thoughtful eyes. At his elbow Hollis spoke in a toneless voice. Does it mean that her case is beyond hope?" The physician looked at him. "Dum vivimus speramus," said he. "Her case need not be hopeless any more than another's. Much depends upon the energy with which the disease is fought." He saw the flash of Hollis's eyes at that, as through the colonel's mind sped the vow that if it was a matter of a fight, he was there to wage it. He would fight the plague for her as fiercely as he had fought Buckingham. Beholding his sudden transfiguration, the physician, in charity, lest the man should delude himself with false hopes, thought well to add, "Much depends upon that, but more, indeed all, upon God, my friend." He spoke to Hollis as to a husband, for that indeed was the relationship in which he conceived him to stand to the afflicted lady. If suppuration of that swelling can be induced, recovery is possible. More I cannot say. To induce that suppuration, infinite pains and tireless labour may be necessary. She may depend on that, said Hollis. The physician nodded. Nurses, he added slowly, are scarce and difficult to procure. I will do my best to find you one as soon as possible. Until then, you will have to depend entirely upon yourself. I am ready. And in any case, the law does not allow you to leave this house until you can receive a certificate of health, which cannot be until 1 month after her recovery, or he broke off, leaving the alternative unnamed, and added hurriedly, that is Sir John Lawrence's wise provision for checking the spread of the infection. I am aware of it, and of my position, said Hollis. So much the better, then. And now, my friend, there is no time to lose. Speed in applying remedies is often all. She must be brought as quickly as may be into a free and full perspiration, and for that she must be got to bed without delay. If her life is to be saved, you must get to work at once. Tell me but what to do, sir. Not only that, I come prepared to leave you all that you will require. He produced a bulky package from his pocket, and beckoning Hollis to the table, there opened it, and enumerated the lesser packages it contained and the purposes of each. Here is a stimulating ointment with which you will rub the swelling in the armpit every 2 hours. Thereafter you will apply to it a poultice of mallows, linseed, and palm oil. Here is the mithridate, of which you will administer a dose as an alexipharmac, and 2 hours later you will give her a posset drink of canary and spirits of sulphur. The spirits of sulphur are here. Make a fire of sea coal in her bedroom, and heap all available blankets upon her, that she may throw out as much as may be of the poison in perspiring. For tonight, if you do that, you will have done all that can be done. I shall return very early in the morning, and we will then consider further measures. He turned to the examiner. You have heard, sir? The man nodded. I've already bidden the constable to send a watchman. He will be here by now, and I'll see the house closed when we go forth. It but remains then, said the doctor, to have the lady put to bed. Then I will take my leave of you until tomorrow. This, however, was a service the lady was still able to perform for herself. When Hollis, disregarding the physician's aid, had single-handed carried her to the room above, she recovered sufficiently to demand that she should be left to herself, and despite her obvious weakness, Dr. Beamish concurred that to permit her to have her own way in the matter would be to make the more speed in the end. The effort of undressing, however, so exhausted her and awoke such torturing pains that when at last she got to bed, she lay there panting, reduced to a state of utter prostration. Thus Hollis and the physician found her on their return. Dr. Beamish placed upon a table at the foot of the bed all the things that Hollis would require, and, repeating his injunctions, took his leave at last. The colonel went with him to the door of the house. This was standing open, and by the light of a lantern held by the watchman, the examiner was completing the rudely wrought inscription, Lord have mercy upon us, under the ominous red cross which he had daubed above. Bidding Hollis a good night and a stout courage, the physician and the examiner departed together. The watchman, who remained to hinder any unauthorized person from passing in or out, then closed the door. Hollis heard the key being turned on the outside and knew himself a prisoner in that infected house for weeks to come, unless death should chance to set him free meanwhile. Quickly now, urged by the thought of his task, utterly disregarding the dull aching of his bruised head, he mounted the stairs again. A memory flashed through his mind of those 3 gallants whom her cries had attracted to her rescue, and who would have delivered her from his clutches, but that he had scared them away with the lie, as he supposed it then, that she was infected with the plague. Had their rescue succeeded, in what case would she be now? Would there be one at hand to fight such a fight as that for which he was braced and ready, to give his life at need freely and without a pang, that he might save her own? Out of the anguish of his soul, out of the depths into which he was plunged, he thanked God for this fight that lay before him, for this disposition which made good come out of evil. He found her in a state of lethargy which, whilst leaving her a full consciousness of all that had occurred and was occurring about her, yet robbed her of all power of speech or movement. Lying there, her head supported by the pillows, which it had been the doctor's last service to adjust, her wide, fevered eyes followed every movement of the colonel's, as, stripped now of his doublet, he went briskly about the business of preparation. Anon, under the pain which his ministrations caused her, she sank into unconsciousness, and thence into a raving delirium, which for days thereafter was to alternate with periods of lethargic, exhausted slumber. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 22, The Crisis. For 5 days, which to Randall Hollis were as 5 years of mortal anguish, she lay suspended between this world and the next. The lightest straw of chance would suffice to tip against her the fearful balance of the scales. The slightest lack of care and watchfulness might result in the snapping of the slender thread by which life was still tethered to her exhausted, fever-wasting frame. The doctor had succeeded beyond all his hopes in his quest of a nurse-keeper, and he brought her with him to the house in Knight Rider Street on the morrow of Nancy's taking ill. A lean, capable, good-natured, hen-like woman of 40. But for all her competency and willingness, had this Mrs. Dallows been alone in charge of the patient, it is long odds that Nancy would quickly have succumbed, for no hired attendant could ever have ministered to her with the self-sacrificing, remorseful devotion of the broken adventurer who loved her. No hired attendant could have brought to the task the strength of will and singleness of purpose that drove the weary, faltering flesh relentlessly along the path of this self-imposed duty. Not for a moment did Hollis suffer himself to relax his vigilance, to pause for a breathing in that grim fight with death. Of sleeping he never so much as thought, whilst the snatches of food and drink that constituted his meals forced upon him by the nurse-keeper were taken there at Nancy's bedside. Mrs. Dallows remonstrated with him, urging him to take some rest in the hours during which she was herself on duty. It was in vain. Equally vain were the same remonstrances when more authoritatively urged by Dr. Beamish. Hollis left them unheeded, as he did the physician's recommendations that he should take some of the ordinary precautions to keep himself immune. The balsam of sulphur, which the little doctor left with him to be used as a disinfectant, was never touched. The wormwood, masterwort, and zeddery, pressed upon him as prophylactics, were equally neglected. "My friend," the doctor had said to him as early as the second day of her illness, "if you continue thus you will end by killing yourself." Hollis had smiled as he replied, "If she lives, her life will have been cheaply purchased at the price. If she dies, it will not signify." The doctor, ignorant of her true identity, and persuaded ever that the twain were husband and wife, was touched by what he conceived to be an expression of exemplary conjugal devotion. That, however, did not turn him from his endeavours to reason Hollis out of this obstinacy. "But if she should survive and you should perish?" he asked him, whereupon Hollis had amazed him by a sudden flash of anger. "Plague me no more." After that, Dr. Beamish had left him to follow his own inclinations, reflecting, in accordance with the popular belief, which the doctor fully shared, that after all the man carried in himself the most potent of all prophylactics, in the fact that he was without fear of the infection. But although Hollis neglected all the preventive measures which the doctor had so urgently prescribed for him, he nevertheless smoked a deal, sitting by the window of her chamber, which was kept open day and night to the suffocating heat of that terrible July, and the great fire constantly maintained by the doctor's orders. This heat notwithstanding did much to cleanse and purify the air. These things may have helped to keep him safe despite himself, procuring for him a measure of disinfection. It was entirely as a result of that tireless vigilance of his, and of the constant poulticing which he applied, that on the fourth day the swelling in the patient's armpit, having been brought to a head, began to vent the deadly poison with which her veins were laden. Beamish was as amazed as he was delighted. "Sir, sir," he commended the colonel on the evening of that fourth day, "your pains are being rewarded. They have wrought a miracle already." "You mean that she will live?" cried Hollis in fearful hope. The doctor paused, moderating his satisfaction, afraid of his own optimism. "So much I cannot promise yet, but the worst is over. With proper care and God's help I trust that we may save her. Never doubt that the care will be forthcoming. Tell me but what is to do." The doctor told him, and the exhausted yet unyielding Hollis listened greedily to his instructions, flung off his deadly lassitude, and applied himself diligently to the execution of all exactly as he was bidden. And meanwhile, as if incubated by that terrific heat, the plague was spreading now through London at a rate that seemed to threaten the city with the utter extermination which the preachers of doom had presaged. It was from Beamish that Hollis learnt of that sudden, upward, devastating leap of the pestilential conflagration, of the alarming bill of mortality, and of the fact that the number of victims within the walls amounted in that week alone to nearly 1,000. And apart from what the doctors told him, there were abundant evidences of the havoc, even within the narrow survey possible to him from his prison. From that first-floor window, at which he spent long hours of day and night, he beheld Knight Rider Street, that once busy thoroughfare, become daily less and less frequented, whilst daily, too, the hum of London's activity, which might be likened to the very heartbeat of that great city, growing feebler and ever feebler, bore witness to its ebbing life. There, in Knight Rider Street, he could see the closed houses, and there were already 3 of them within the radius of his view, on the opposite side of the street, each with its red cross and an armed watchman day and night before its padlocked door. Victuals, and what else was needed from outside, reached them through the agency of their own watchman. Hollis, who was still plentifully supplied with funds from what Buckingham had furnished him for this adventure, would lower the necessary money from the window in a basket. By the same means the watchman would send up the purchases he made on behalf of those within, absenting himself when necessary for the purpose, but always leaving the door locked and taking the key with him. On the comparative and ever ominously increasing stillness of the air came intermittently, to increase the general melancholy, the tolling of bells, ringing out the knell of the departed, and nightly, just after dark, and again before peep of day, there came now the clang of another bell, infinitely more hideous, because of the hideous ideas with which it had become associated, and the stillness of the street would be disturbed by a creak and a rumble of wheels, a slow clatter of hoofs, and a raucous voice uttering the dreadful summons, "Bring out your dead!" Peering down as he ever did, he could make out the ghastly outline of the dead cart loom into view as it came slowly rumbling by, attracted thither by those sealed houses, like some carrion bird in expectation of its prey. Invariably it paused before Holly's own door, arrested by the sight of the watchman and the red cross dimly revealed by the light of his lantern, and that raucous voice would ring out again more direct in its summons, sounding now like a demand, revoltingly insolent and cynical. "Bring out your dead!" Then, at a word from the watchman, the horrible vehicle would toil slowly on, and Hollis, with a shudder, would fling a glance over his shoulder at the sufferer where she lay fevered and tossing, wondering fearfully whether duty and pitiless necessity would compel him to answer that summons when next it came, and surrender that lovely body to join the abominable load in that hideous cart. Thus, until the morning of the 6th day, when from daybreak until past 8 o'clock he waited in a frenzy of impatience for the coming of Beamish. When at last he arrived, Hollis met him at the stairhead. The colonel's face was ghastly, his eyes fevered, and he was trembling with fearful excitement. "She sleeps quietly and peacefully," he informed the doctor in a whisper, a finger to his lips. Very softly they entered the chamber now, and tiptoed to the bedside, Hollis, in an agony of hope, taking up his position at the foot between the carved bedposts. A glance confirmed the news with which Hollis had met the physician. Not only was she in an easy, tranquil slumber, such as she had not known since taking to this bed, but the fever had entirely left her. This the doctor's practised eye judged at once, even before he moved to take her pulse. At that touch of his hand upon her wrist, she stirred, sighed, and opened her eyes, sanely and calmly awake at last. She looked up into the wizened, kindly little spectacled face of the doctor, blankly at first, then with a little frown of bewilderment. But he was speaking at the moment, and the words he used helped her groping wits to piece together the puzzle of her surroundings and condition. "The danger is overpast," he was saying. "She will recover now, thanks be to God, and to your own tireless care of her. It is yourself gives me more concern than she does. Leave her now to the care of Mrs. Dallows, and do you go rest yourself, or I tell you I will not answer for your life." He had been looking at Hollis whilst he spoke. Now he turned to consider her again, and found her conscious glance upon him. "See, she is awake," he cried. "The danger is overpast," Hollis echoed, his voice thick and unnatural. "You say the danger is overpast? I am awake, good doctor? I have not by chance fallen asleep at my post and come to dream this thing? You are awake, man, and I repeat, the danger is at an end. Now go and rest." Wondering to whom it was the doctor spoke, whose was that raucous, weary voice that questioned him, she slowly turned her head, and beheld a gaunt, hollow-eyed ghost of a man, whose pallid, sunken cheeks were overgrown with a coarse stubble of unshaven beard, standing between the bedposts, clutching at one of them as for support. Meeting her gaze, he recoiled a step and loosed his hold. Then he swung half round, a hand to his brow. "Naught ails me, doctor," he mumbled, and now she knew who he was and remembered. "I would sooner—" His voice abruptly ceased in mid-period. He reeled, steadied himself for an instant, and then toppled slowly forward and crashed at full length upon the floor. Instantly Mrs. Dallows, with a little cry of alarm, was on her knees beside him. She turned him over, raised his head by an effort, and pillowed it in her lap as Dr. Beamish came hastening up. The same thought was in the mind of both nurse and physician. Nancy sought painfully, for she was very weak, to raise herself that she might see what was taking place there on the floor, beyond the foot of the bed. Swiftly the doctor tore open the breast of the colonel's doublet, but not even so much was necessary. At once he perceived what had happened. It was as if the assurance that she was out of danger, and so no longer in need of his ministrations, had snapped the reins of will by which Hollis had held his lassitude in subjection. Instantly nature had claimed from him the dues which he had so long withheld. "He is asleep," said Dr. Beamish, and he almost chuckled. "That is all. Help me to lift him to that couch, Mrs. Dallows. No need to carry him farther, or to do more for him at present. Never fear, you'll not rouse him, not until the clock has gone round once at least." They laid him there, a pillow under his head, and Beamish returned to his patient's side. She had sunk back again, but her eyes, looking enormous now in her wasted cheeks, were still upon the figure of Hollis, where he lay inert as stone, just within the orbit of her vision. "Sleep?" she questioned the doctor wonderingly. "Is that sleep?" Never had she, nor indeed have many, seen slumber fell a man as if he had been shot. "Nothing worse, ma'am. The colonel has never so much as closed his eyes for a whole week. Nature compassionately has closed them for him. No need to afflict yourself on his behalf. Sleep is all he now requires. So give yourself peace, and beware of making demands upon the little strength that's left you." She looked at him intently. "I have the plague, have I not?" "Say rather that you had it, ma'am. You have it no longer. It has been cast out of you. It has left you feeble, but that is all that ails you at present, and you are a safe woman now. When you shall have recovered your strength, you may go whither you will, without further fear of the infection. The plague will not touch you again. For the great mercy thus vouchsafed you, you may render thanks to God, and next to God, to your husband." She frowned, perplexed. "My husband?" "Your husband, ma'am, and a husband in 1,000, nay, in 10,000. I have seen many a husband lately, and I speak with knowledge. Alas! the terror of the pestilence can blot out every other feeling. I have seen it happen time and again, but Colonel Hollis is not of those. His is a devotion that makes a hero of him, and because he has been fearless, he has been spared. Fortune favours the brave, ma'am." But he is not my husband." "Not your husband?" said the doctor, confounded, and he repeated, "Not your husband?" Then, with an affectation of cynicism very alien in reality to the genial, kindly little man, "Gad, so!" he ejaculated. "Perhaps that explains it. But what is he, then, who has all but given his life for you?" She hesitated, at a loss how to define their relationship. At last, "Once he was my friend," she answered. "Once!" The physician raised his bushy brows. "And when, pray, did he cease to be your friend? This man who stayed with you in this infected house, when he might have fled? This man who has denied himself sleep or rest of any kind in all these days, that he might be ever at hand against your need of him? This man who has wrestled with death for you, and rescued you at the risk of taking the pestilence 1,000 times for your sake. Did he do all this?" she asked. Dr. Beamish entertained her with the details of the heroism and self-sacrifice that Hollis had displayed. When the tale was done, and she lay silent and very thoughtful, the doctor permitted himself a slyly humorous smile. "He may once have been your friend, as you say," he concluded, smiling, "but I cannot think that he was ever more your friend than now. God send me such a friend in my own need." She made no response, but continued very still and thoughtful for a while, staring up at the carved canopy of this great strange bed, her face a blank mask in which the little doctor sought in vain for a clue to the riddle of the relations of these two. Had he yielded to his inquisitiveness, he would have questioned her, but, other considerations apart, he was restrained by thought for her condition. Nourishment and rest were to be prescribed, and it was not for him, by probing questions, to prove himself perhaps a disturber of the latter. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 23. The Walls of Pride. That evening Dr. Beamish returned, bringing with him, as on the occasion of his first visit, a public examiner. This official came to assure himself formally of the doctor's assertion that a cure had been effected, so that he might make his report thereupon, to the end that after the elapse of 28 days, provided that in the meantime there were no fresh outbreak of pestilence in either of the other inmates, the reopening of the house should be permitted. Hollis, awakening from 11 hours of uninterrupted lethargic sleep, but still heavy with lassitude, stood dully at hand while the examiner held his formal inquisition into the conditions of the patient, of Mrs. Dallows, and of Hollis himself. As the colonel stood there gaunt, pale, unshaven and dishevelled, Nancy's eyes considered him very gravely, whilst he himself dared to turn never so much as a single glance in her direction. When the examiner and the doctor passed at last from the room, Hollis dragged himself wearily after them. He followed them below stairs, and remained there alone after they had taken their departure. For 28 days he was doomed to imprisonment in this house, and he made his dispositions. That night he slept in a back bedroom on the ground floor. In the morning, having prepared himself breakfast in the kitchen, a matter in which Mrs. Dallows came to his assistance, he went to straighten out the dining room, so that it might serve him for a lodging during the period of incarceration that lay ahead. He found the room in utter darkness. It had not been entered since the night of Nancy's coming thither. He groped his way across to the shutters, which he remembered to have closed by request of the examiner, after carrying Nancy from the room on that terrible night a week ago. He pulled them open and let in a flood of daylight upon a scene each detail of which reminded him poignantly of the happenings of that night. There lay the chair, overturned by Nancy as she retreated before Buckingham. He imagined the circumstances in which it had fallen. There, on the polished blocks of the floor, under the table, where it had escaped the eyes of Dr. Beamish, gleamed the blade of his own broken sword, and yonder in a corner whither it had rolled, the hilt which his nerveless fingers had relinquished when he was struck down. On the floor by the table there was a dull brown patch, which he knew to have been made by his own blood, and there were similar stains on the daybed and on the napery of the table, which he guessed to have been made by the blood of Buckingham. Fallen between the daybed and the window, he found the slender dress rapier which Buckingham had used. The Duke had dropped it there when he rose at the end of their grim struggle, and he had not paused to recover it in his precipitate flight. For the rest, guttered candles, withered flowers, and rotting fruits encumbered the table, and the lustre of glass and silver was dulled by a film of dust. On the sideboard stood the array of dainty dishes that had been prepared for that infamous intimate supper which had never been consumed, rotting there and loading the atmosphere of the room with the evil odour of decay, which to Hollis was like an exhalation of the ugly memories they held for him. He flung the windows wide, and spent some time in setting the room to rights and ridding it of all that refuse. Thereafter he lay on the daybed, smoking and thinking, and very listless. and it was thus in the days that followed that most of his hours were spent. If he did not regard himself as actually dead already, at least he regarded himself as one whose life was ended, one to whom death would bring a welcome relieving rest. Vaguely he hoped, he would have prayed, but that he had long since lost the habit of prayer, that the infection which he supposed present in this house might claim him for her victim. Morning and evening, and ever and anon throughout the day, he would open his doublet to finger his breast, and explore his armpits in expectancy, eager to discover upon himself the tokens of the plague. But the irony that had ever pursued him thwarted now his desire of death, as it had thwarted his every desire concerned with life. Living and moving in that house of pestilence, breathing its mephitic atmosphere, he yet remained as immune as if he had been a safe man. For the first 3 days his existence was one of completest listless idleness. There were books in the house, but he had no desire to read. He was content to lie there smoking and moping. Each morning Mrs. Dallows reported to him the condition of the patient, which was one of steady improvement, and this was confirmed by the doctor, who paid 2 visits in the course of those 3 days. On the second of those occasions he remained some time in talk with Hollis, giving him news of the dreadful state of things outside. Whitehall was empty now of all its courtly tenants, with the single exception of the Duke of Albemarle. Honest George Monk had elected to remain undaunted at his post as the representative of his king, to perform in the king's name, and whilst his Majesty was busy at Salisbury with the amorous pursuit of Miss Frances Stuart, all that which a king himself should be at hand to perform in time of national stress, to mitigate the tribulations of his subjects. Hopefully, Hollis inquired of Beamish if he knew aught of Buckingham. Hopefully, that is, because he was expecting to hear that the Duke was laid low by the infection. Gone with the rest, the doctor informed him. He left town for the north a week ago, aroused to a sudden sense of his duty as Lord Lieutenant of York by the fact that a French lackey in his household was stricken with the plague. He'll be safe enough in York, no doubt. A French lackey, eh? Only a lackey. The colonel's face was overspread with disappointment. The devil watches over his own, he grumbled. A wretched lackey pays for the sins of his master. Well, well, I suppose there is a God somewhere. Have you no cause to know it, sir, and to give thanks? Beamish reproved him, and Hollis turned away without answering, beyond a sigh and a shrug, which but served to increase the doctor's perplexity over the behaviour of the members of this odd household. That all was very far from well, there was abundantly clear. Acting upon a sudden impulse, Dr. Beamish left the room and mounted the stairs again, for all that his time was short and his patients many. Dismissing Mrs. Dallows upon some trivial errand to the kitchen, he remained closeted for 5 minutes with Miss Sylvester. That was the name by which he knew her, the name by which she had chosen to make herself known to both doctor and nurse. Whether it was as a result of what he said to her in those 5 minutes, or whether other influences were at work, within an hour of the doctor's departure, Hollis was sought by Mrs. Dallows with a message that Miss Sylvester was risen and desired to speak with him. The eyes of that kindly nurse, sharpened by solicitude, saw him turn pale and tremble at the summons. His first impulse was to disregard it, but before making any reply he took a turn in that wainscoted sombre room. Then, with a sigh of resignation, he announced that he would go. Mrs. Dallows opened the door and held it for him to pass out, tactfully refraining from following him. He was washed and shaven, tolerably dressed, and his long, well-combed, golden-brown hair hung in long, smooth ringlets to the snowy collar, which Mrs. Dallows had found time to wash and iron for him. Thus he no longer presented the wild, unkempt appearance that had been his when last Miss Sylvester had seen him, but there was a haggard dejection about the lines of his mouth, a haunting sadness about his eyes that nothing could relieve. He found Miss Sylvester seated by the open window, where he himself had sat throughout the greater part of those 5 days and 6 nights, when he had so unceasingly watched over her to beat back hungry death from her pillow. She occupied a great chair, set for her there by Mrs. Dallows, a rug about her knees. She was very pale and weak, yet her loveliness seemed to draw added charms from her condition. She wore that gown of ivory white in which she had been carried to this evil house, and her chestnut hair had been dressed with care, and was intertwined with a thread of pearls. Her long eyes seemed of a darker, deeper blue than usual, perhaps because of the hollows her illness had left about them. And there were other changes in her that in their sum appeared almost to spiritualize her, so that to Hollis she seemed to have recovered something of her lost childhood, of her early youth, and looked less like Sylvia Farquharson, the idolized player, and more like the Nancy Sylvester whom he had known and loved so dearly. Wistfully she looked up at him as he entered, then away through the open window into the hot sunlight that scorched the almost empty street. He closed the door, advanced a pace or two, and halted. "You sent for me," he said, "else I should not have ventured to intrude." And he stood now like a groom awaiting orders. A tinge of colour crept into her cheeks. One of her slender, tapering hands, that in these days had grown almost transparent, plucked nervously at the rug about her knees. Ill at ease as she was, her speech assumed, despite her, a stilted, formal shape. "I sent for you, sir, that I might acknowledge the great debt in which you have placed me, to thank you for your care of me, for your disregard of your own peril in tending me. In short, sir, for my life, which had been lost without you." She looked at him suddenly as she ceased, whereupon he shifted his glance to the sunlight in the open, so as to avoid the unbearable gaze of her eyes that were gleaming like wet sapphires. "You owe me no thanks, no thanks at all," he said, and his voice was almost rough. "I but sought to undo the evil I had done. That was before the plague came to my rescue. In what you did then you sought at the risk of your life to make me the only possible amend, and to deliver me from the evil man into whose power you had brought me. But the plague now, it was no fault of yours that I took that. It was already upon me when you brought me hither." "No matter for that," said he. "Reparation was due. I owed it to myself." "You did not owe it to yourself to risk your life for me." "My life, madam, is no great matter. A life misused, misspent, has no great value. It was the least that I could offer." "Perhaps," she answered gently, "but also it was the most, and, as I have said, far more than you owed." "I do not think so, but the matter is not worth contending." He did not help her. Persuaded of the scorn that must underline her utterances, however smooth, because conscious that scorn was his only desert, he accepted her words as expressions of a pitying gratitude that offended. He stood before her, overwhelmed by the consciousness of his unworthiness, in a mood of the most abject humility. But unconsciously, without suspecting it, he had empanoplied this humility in pride. His desire, above all, was to withdraw from an interview that could be nothing but a source of pain. But she detained him, persisting in what he accounted her cruel charity. "At least the reparation you have made is a very full one." "It would comfort me to hear you say it, could I believe you," he answered grimly, and would have taken his leave of her on that, but that she stayed him by her interjection. "Why should you not believe me? Why should I be other than sincere in my desire to thank you?" He looked at her at last, and in his eyes she saw some reflection of the pain he was suffering. "Oh, I believe you sincere in that. You wish to thank me. It is natural, I suppose. You thank me, but you despise me. Your gratitude cannot temper your contempt. It is not possible." "Are you so sure?" she asked him gently, and her eyes were very piteous. "Sure? What else can I be? What else is possible? Do I not loathe and despise myself? Am I so unconscious of my own infamy that I should befool myself into the thought that any part of it can escape you?" "Don't," she said, "ah, don't." But in the sorrow in her face he read no more than the confirmation of the very thing she was feebly attempting to deny. "Is it worth while to close our eyes to a truth so self-evident?" he cried. "For years I sought you, Nan, a man without a stain upon his name, to find you at last in an hour in which I was so besmirched that I could not bear your eyes upon me. The very act that by a cruel irony of chance brought us together here at last was an act by which I touched the very bottom of the pit of infamy. Then, that dreadful night, you regarded me rightly with loathing. Now you regard me with pity because I am loathsome. Out of that pity, out of your charity, you fling me thanks that are not due, since what I have done was done in mitigation of my offence. What more is there to say? If this house were not locked, and I a prisoner here, I should have gone by now. I should have departed in that blessed moment that Beamish announced your danger at an end, taking care that our paths should never cross again, that I might never again offend you with the sight of my loathsomeness or the necessity to render thanks for benefits received from unclean hands that you properly despise." "You think that sums all up?" she asked him, sadly incredulous. "It does not. It leaves still something to be said, indeed, a deal." "Spare it me," he begged her passionately. "Out of that same charity that bids you thank me, spare me." Then more briskly, with a certain finality, he added, "If you have commands for me, madam, I shall be below until this house is reopened and we can go our separate ways again." He bowed formally and turned away. "Randall!" she called to him as he reached the door. He paused, his firm resolve beaten down by that pleading utterance of his name. "Randall, won't you tell me how you came into the position in which I found you here? Won't you tell me that? Won't you let me know all, so that I may judge for myself?" A moment he stood there, white to the lips and trembling, fighting his pride, that pride which was masquerading in the garment of humility, and so deceived him that he suffered it to prevail. "Judge me, madam, upon the evidence you possess. It is sufficient to enable you to do me justice. Nothing that went before, no vicissitudes of my vagrant life, can extenuate the thing you know of me. I am a scoundrel, a loathsomeness, an offence, and you know me to be this, you in whose eyes I would ever have appeared as a man of shining honour. Oh, God, pity me! Don't you see? Don't you see?" Her eyes were suddenly aswim in tears. "I see that perhaps you judge yourself too hardly. Let me judge for myself, Randall. Don't you see that I am aching to forgive? Is my forgiveness nothing to you?" "It would be all," he answered her, "but I could never believe in it, never. You are aching to forgive, you say. Oh, blessed healing words! But why is this? Because you are grateful to me for the life I have helped to save. That is the true source of your pity for my soul's deformity, which is urging you to utter this forgiveness. But behind that gratitude and that forgiveness there must ever remain the contempt, the loathing of this deformity of mine. It must be so. I know it, or I know nothing. Because of that—" He broke off, leaving the sentence there, completing it with a wry smile and a despairing shrug. But she saw neither. She had averted her eyes again, and she was looking straight before her into the sunlight, across the black timbered yellow houses opposite, which were blurred in her sight by tears. Softly he went out and closed the door. She heard him go, and suffered him to do so, making no further attempt to stay him, knowing not what to say to combat his desperate convictions. Heavy-footed he went down the stairs, back to that room where he had his being. and as he went his thoughts confirmed him. They had met at last, those two, only that they might part again. Their ways could never lie together. Overshadowing their joint lives, there must ever be the loathly memory of that irrevocable thing he had done. Even if he were not the broken vagrant that he was, even if he had anything to offer in life to the woman of his dreams, his action when he played the jackal for Buckingham must render impossible between them any tenderness that should be sincere and unalloyed. He was in a mood from which there was no escape. Pride hemmed his soul about with walls of humility and shame, and there was no issue thence save by the door that the plague might open. Yet even the plague refused to stand his friend. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 24, Evasion. The weeks crept on, and August was approaching. Soon now the period of quarantine would be at an end, and the house in Knightrider Street reopened to liberate its inmates. Yet the passing of time wrought no change in the mood of Hollis. Not once again did he seek to approach Nancy, and not again did she bid him to her presence. He informed himself constantly of her progress, and learnt with satisfaction that she was fast recovering her strength. But Mrs. Dallows, who brought him this daily information, was also at pains to let him know at the same time that there was no recovery in spirits to be observed in her charge. She is very sad and lonely, poor sweet lady. It would melt your heart to see her, sir. Aye, aye, Hollis would gloomily make answer to that oft reiterated report, and that was all. Mrs. Dallows was not a little afflicted, and affliction in Mrs. Dallows had the effect of heightening her resemblance to a hen. She perceived, of course, that a mystery enshrouded the relations of these two, and saw that some obstacle stood between them, holding them apart, to their mutual torment, since obviously they were designed to be lovers, and more than once she sought to force the confidence now of one, now of the other. Her motives, no doubt, were entirely charitable. She was eager to help them, if it were possible, to a better understanding. But her efforts to probe their secret remained unavailing, and she could but sorrow in their sorrow. It was the more grievous and vexatious to her, because the deep concern of each for the other was manifest in the questions each set her daily. Hollis kept to his quarters below stairs, smoking continuously and drinking deeply too, until he had consumed the little store of wine the house contained. Then not even the nepenthe of the cup remained to assuage his grim despondency, his repeated assertions to himself that his life was lived, that he was a dead man without further business above ground. Thus August found them, and from the watchman he heard incredible stories of London's deepening plight, whilst from the window he nightly beheld the comet in the heavens, that latest portent of menace, the flaming sword of wrath, as the watchman termed it, that was hung above the accursed city, stretching, as it seemed, from Whitehall to the Tower. They were within 3 days of the reopening of the house, when at last one evening Mrs. Dallows came to him trembling with excitement and a little out of breath. "Miss Sylvester, sir, bids me say that she will be obliged if you will step upstairs to see her." The message startled him. "No, no," he cried out like a man in panic. Then, controlling himself, he took refuge in postponement that would give him time to think. Say that if Miss Sylvester will excuse me, not this evening. I am tired. The heat," he vaguely explained. The nurse cocked her head on one side, and her bright little bird-like eyes considered him wistfully. "If not this evening, when? Tomorrow morning?" Yes, yes," he answered eagerly. thinking only of averting the immediate menace. In the morning. Tell her that I shall wait upon her then. Mrs. Dallows withdrew, leaving him oddly shaken and afraid. It was himself he feared, himself he mistrusted. Where once the boy had worshipped, the man now loved, with a love that heaped up and fed the fires of shame in his soul until they threatened to consume him. At his single interview with Nancy he had exposed his mind. He had been strong, but he might not be strong again. The gentleness of purpose of which she had allowed him a glimpse, a gentleness born of her cursed gratitude, might lead him yet to play the coward, to give her the full confidence that she invited, and so move her pity, and through pity her full forgiveness. And then if, as might well betide, he should prove so weak as to fling himself at her feet, and pour out the tale of his longings and his love, out of her sense of debt, out of her pity and her gratitude, she might take him, this broken derelict of humanity, and so doom herself to be dragged down with him into the kennels where his future lay. There stood a peril of a wrong far worse than that which already he had done her, and for which in some measure he had perhaps atoned. And because he could not trust himself to come again into her presence, preserving the silence that his honour demanded, he suffered tortures now at the thought that tomorrow, willy-nilly, he must see her, since it was her wish, and she was strong enough herself to seek him should he still refuse to go. He sat and smoked and thought, resolved that at all costs that interview must not take place. One way there was to avoid it, and definitely to set a term to the menace of it. That was to break out of the sealed house at once, without awaiting the expiry of the legal term. It was a desperate way, and it might be attended by gravest consequences to himself, but no other course presented itself, and the consequences mattered nothing after all. The thought became a resolve, and having reached it, he gave his mind peace. This, indeed, and not the pains and risks that he had taken to save her from the plague, was reparation. Anon, when she came to consider and weigh his action, she would perceive its true significance and purpose, and the perception might at last blot out the contempt of him which perforce must be abiding in her soul, however she might seek to overlay it with charity. A thought seized him, and growing to purpose exalted him. He sought pen, ink, and paper, drew a chair to the table, and sat down to act upon his inspiration. "You have asked," he wrote, opening abruptly thus, "to know by what steps I descended to the hell of infamy in which you discovered me, and I refrained from answering you, lest I should arouse in you a further measure of your blessed self-deceiving compassion. But now that I am on the point of passing out of your life, now that there is no chance that we should ever meet again, I am moved to tell you all, that thus I may bear away with me the fortifying hope that hereafter you will hold my memory in a pity that shall be free of execration. The tale of the ill fortune that has pursued me begins on a May morning many years ago, when I rode full of hope and eagerness into Charmouth, a youth of some substance and more pride, whose feet were firmly planted upon an honourable road of life. I went to claim you for my own, to lay my little achievement and the assured promise of my greater ones at your dear feet." He wrote on into the fading daylight. He lighted candles and wrote on with that swift fluency of the man who has a clear tale to tell, and the eloquence that comes naturally from a bursting heart. The candles, faintly stirred by the night breeze that came through the open window, burnt down, and great stalactites of wax were hanging from the sconces. Still he wrote without pause. He heard, but did not heed, the changing of the watchman at the door below. Later he heard, but did not heed, the passing of the dead cart with its accompaniment of clanging bells and raucous summons. Once only he paused to procure and light fresh candles, and then wrote on. Not until long after midnight, not until the approach of dawn, did he cease, his task accomplished. He sat back then in his tall chair, and stared straight before him, a man bemused, considering, thus a while. Then from an inner pocket of his doublet he drew a tasselled yellow glove that was slim and long and sorely rubbed and stained with age. He considered it as it lay there across his palm, and bethought him of that dawn many years ago when it had dropped to him from his lady's casement, and he had set it in his hat to be worn as a favour. He sighed, and a tear, wrung by the anguish of this renunciation from his hardened adventurous heart, fell on his hand. Abruptly then he sat forward, and snatching up the quill again, he scrawled at fierce speed on the foot of the last of the written sheets. Here is a glove that you bestowed on me in the long ago. I wore it as your knight wearing his lady's favour in the lists of life, proudly by the right of your gift and my unsullied honour. For years it was an amulet to maintain that honour still unsullied against all trials and temptations. Now that it has failed of this purpose, through my own cowardice and unworthiness, you may not wish me to retain it longer. That manuscript, for it is hardly to be termed a letter, still survives. Its faded characters cover some 30 pages of paper that the centuries have tinted yellow. It has been, as you will surmise, in my possession. It has supplied me with more than the mere elements of this history, which without it could never have been written. He did not read it through when it was done. There was no time for that. As he had poured it from his heart, so he left it. He folded the sheets together, enclosing the glove within them, wrapped a thread of silk about the package, and on the knot of this he made a disc of wax, which he sealed with his thumb. He superscribed the package quite simply, to Miss Nancy Sylvester, and stood it there on the table against the stem of the candle branch, within view of the first person who should enter that room. Next he drew forth his still well-filled purse, and emptied its contents onto the table. One half he replaced. Of the other he made 2 packets, addressing one to Dr. Beamish and the other to Mrs. Dallows. Softly then he pushed back his chair and rose. He tiptoed to the window and peered down into the shadows where the watchman kept his post, propped in a corner of the padlocked doorway. A sound of snoring came to inform Hollis that, as he had reckoned, the fellow slept. Why should he have troubled to weary himself with a strict and wakeful vigilance? Who could be so mad as to wish to incur all the penalties of evasion from a house that was to be opened now in 3 days' time? Hollis went back. He took up his hat and cloak, and then, acting upon a sudden thought, he sought his baldric, and to the empty scabbard that was attached to it he fitted the slender dress rapier that Buckingham had left behind him. The blade was rather loose in that sheath, but he contrived to jam the hilt. Having passed the baldric over his head and settled it on his shoulder, he blew out the candles, and a moment later he was at the window again. He scarcely made a sound as he straddled the window-sill. Then very gently he let himself down until he hung at full length, his toes not more than 3 feet above the kidney stones of the dark, empty, silent street. A moment he hung there, steadying himself, then loosed his hold. He dropped very lightly, and, as he was wearing no spurs, he made practically no noise at all. At once he set off in the direction of Sermon Lane. The watchman, momentarily disturbed by the movements so near at hand, caught a sound of footsteps retreating quickly up the street, but never dreamed of connecting them with anyone from the house he guarded. He settled himself more comfortably in his restful angle and sank back peacefully into his slumbers. Nevertheless, the evasion of Hollis had not gone as entirely unperceived as he imagined. Slight as had been the noise he made, yet it had reached the window of the room immediately above, and by that window, which was the window of Nancy's room, sat Nancy, driven to that vigil by thoughts that rendered sleep impossible. Her attention aroused by those furtive sounds below, she had leaned far out from the casement and peered down into the darkness. She had heard the soft thud of feet as Hollis dropped to the street, and immediately thereafter the patter of his retreating footsteps. Very faintly she thought she made out at the same time the receding figure of a man, a deeper shadow amid shadows. But however little she may have seen with the eyes of the flesh, she saw all with the eyes of her imagination. She was on the point of crying out, but suddenly checked herself, fearful of rousing the watchman and setting afoot a pursuit which, if successful, might be attended by direst consequences for Hollis. And it was only that same dread that lent her strength to repress the instinctive impulse to call him back and arrest that flight of his. Then she steadied herself. After all, it was possible that she was at fault, that she was the victim of her own imaginings, that her overwrought senses had played a trick upon her. But the doubt was unbearable. She must make sure at once. With trembling, fumbling fingers she kindled a light. Then with a rug wrapped about her over her night rail, she made her way below. Thus she descended the stairs for the first time, and as she went she blamed herself bitterly, in her conviction that she would find things as she feared, for not having earlier taken this step and gone to seek him who remained so obdurately absent. When on the following morning an anxious Mrs. Dallows entered the dining room in fearful quest of her charge, she found her there, at once to her infinite relief and infinite distress. In her night rail, the rug fallen from her bare shoulders, Nancy sat on the daybed under the open window. She was pale and dry-eyed, but with such pain and misery stamped upon her face that the sight of tears would have been comforting by contrast. Beside her was a candlestick in which the single candle had been burnt to the socket. About her the floor was strewn with the sheets of Hollis's letter, which had slipped from her nerveless fingers. That letter had accomplished all that Hollis could have hoped from it. It had quenched completely and finally any lingering embers of her scorn. It had aroused compassion and the old love and finally despair. For by his own act he was deliberately lost to her again. He was gone irrevocably, as he announced, and by the very manner of his going had made himself an outlaw. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25, Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 25, Home. Out of concern for her charge, Mrs. Dallows at once dispatched the watchman for Dr. Beamish, and when the physician arrived some little while later, she acquainted him with the colonel's evasion and the consequent partially stunned condition in which Miss Sylvester appeared to move. The good doctor, who had come to conceive some measure of affection for these two, rooted perhaps in a certain pity which their mysterious but obviously unhappy relations aroused in him, went at once in deepest distress to seek Miss Sylvester, who had meanwhile returned to her own room above stairs. He found her affliction the more distressing to observe by virtue of her unnatural composure. "This is terrible, my dear," he said as he took her hands. "What can have driven that unhappy man to so unfortunate a course? He must be sought. You will order a search to be made for him?" she cried. He sighed and sorrowfully shook his head. "There is no need for me to order that. My duty compels me to make his evasion known. Search for him will follow, but should he be found, it may go very hard with him. There are rigorous penalties." Thus, unavoidably, Dr. Beamish but added a fresh burden to her already surcharged heart. It reduced her to a state of mind bordering upon distraction. She knew not what to desire. Unless he was sought and found, it followed that she would never see him again, whilst if he were found he would have to reckon with the severity of the law, and she could have no assurance that she would see him even then. Out of his anxiety to help her, Dr. Beamish invited her confidence. He conceived here a case of stupid, headstrong human pride, against which two hearts were likely to be broken, and because of that affection which they had come to inspire in him, he would have done all in his power to assist them, could he but have obtained an indication of the way. But Miss Silvester, greatly as it would have eased her sorrow to have confided in him, greatly as she desired to do so, found that no confidence was possible without divulging the thing that Hollis had done, the hideous act by which she came to find herself in this house. A sudden sense of loyalty to him made it impossible for her to publish his infamy. So, rejecting the chance to ease by confidence the burden that she carried, she continued to move, white-faced and listless, under the load of it during the 2 remaining days of her detention. Nor did the doctor come to her again until that 3rd morning, when he was once more accompanied by the examiner, who presented her and her nurse-keeper each with a certificate of health that permitted their free departure. Hollis, she was then informed, had not yet been found, but she knew not whether to rejoice or sorrow in that fact. Bearers were procured for her, the watchman himself volunteering to act as one of them, and the chair in which she had been carried thither, which had been bestowed in the house itself, was brought forth again at her request to carry her away. "But whither are you going?" the doctor questioned her in solicitude. They were standing in the doorway of the house, she with her light hooded mantle of blue taffetas drawn over her white gown, the chair standing in the sunlight waiting to receive her. "Why, home, back to my own lodging," she answered simply. "Home?" he echoed in amazement. But then this house?" She looked at him as if puzzled by his astonishment. Then she smiled wanly. "This house is not mine. I was here by chance when I was taken ill." The belated revelation of that unsuspected circumstance filled him with a sudden dread on her behalf. Knowing the changes that had come upon that unfortunate city in the month that was overpast, knowing how many were the abandoned houses that stood open now to the winds of heaven, he feared with reason that hers might be one of these, or at least that the odds were all against her finding her home, as she imagined, in the condition in which she had left it. "Where is your lodging?" he asked her. She told him, adding that upon arrival there she would determine her future movements. She thought, she ended, that she would seek a while the peace and quiet of the country. Perhaps she would return to London when this visitation was at an end. Perhaps she would not. That was what she said. What she meant was really something very different. The announcement served to increase his dismay on her behalf. It was easier nowadays to project withdrawal into the country than to accomplish it unless one commanded unusual power and wealth. And all those who commanded these things had long since gone. The wholesale flight from London that had taken place since she was stricken down had been checked at last by 2 factors. There was no country town or village for many and many a mile that would receive fugitives from London, out of dread of the infection which these might carry. To repel them, the inhabitants of rural districts had even had recourse to arms, until, partly because of this, and to avoid disturbances and bloodshed, partly as a heroic measure against the spread of the plague throughout England, the Lord Mayor had been constrained to suspend the issue of certificates of health, without which no man could depart from London. Those who still remained in the infected area, where the plague was taking now a weekly toll of thousands of lives, must abandon all hope of quitting it until the pestilence should have subsided. Considering now her case, and weighing what she had told him, Dr. Beamish perceived that her need of him was far from being at an end. Practical and spiritual assistance might be as necessary to her presently as had lately been his physician's ministrations. "Come," he said abruptly, "I will go with you to your lodging and see you safely bestowed there. That is, if you permit it." Permit it? Oh, my friend! She held out her hand to him. "Shall I permit you to do me this last kindness? I shall be more grateful than ever I could hope to tell you." He smiled through his owlish spectacles, and in silence patted the little hand he held. Then he made shift to lead her forward to her chair. But a duty yet remained her. In the shadows of the hall behind lingered still the kindly Mrs. Dallows, almost tearful at this parting from the sweet charge for whom she had conceived so great a kindness. Miss Silvester ran back to her. "Keep this in memory of one who will never forget her debt to you, and never cease to think of you fondly." Into her hand she pressed a clasp of brilliants that she had taken from her bodice, a thing of price far beyond the gold that Hollis had left behind in payment for the nurse's services. Then, as Mrs. Dallows began at one and the same time to thank her and to protest against this excessive munificence, Nancy took the kindly woman in her arms and kissed her. Both were in tears when Nancy turned away and ran out to the waiting sedan. The bearers, the watchman, and the fellow he had fetched to assist him, took up the chair and swung away towards Paul's Chains. The little black figure of the doctor strutted beside it, swinging the long red wand that did him the office of a cane, whilst Mrs. Dallows, standing at the door of the house in Knight Rider Street, watched it out of sight through a blur of tears. And within the chair Miss Silvester too was giving way at last to tears. They were the first she had shed since she had received the colonel's letter, which letter was the only thing she carried away with her from that ill-starred house. Lost thus to consciousness of her surroundings, she took no heed of the emptiness and silence of the streets, and of the general air of furtiveness and desolation that hung about the few wayfarers upon whom they chanced, and that marked the very houses they were passing. Thus, at last, they came to Salisbury Court, and to the house that Nancy had indicated, and here at once Dr. Beamish saw that his worst fears were realized. Its door hung wide, and the dust lay thick upon the window panes, two of which were broken. Miss Silvester, having alighted from her chair, stood looking up, arrested by the unusual aspect of the place, and chilled by a nameless dismay. In awe-stricken wonder she looked round the court, utterly untenanted, and presenting everywhere the same forsaken aspect. From behind a dusty window of a house across the way, whose door was marked and locked and guarded, an aged yellow face revealed itself, and a pair of eyes that seemed malignant in their furtiveness were watching her. Beyond that ill-omened visage there was in all the court no single sign of life. "What does it mean?" she asked the doctor. Sadly he shook his head. "Can you not guess? Here, as elsewhere, the plague and the fear of the plague have been busy in your absence." He sighed, and added abruptly, "Let us go in." They entered the gloomy vestibule, where dried leaves swept thither by the winds crackled under their feet, and thence they began the ascent of a narrow staircase, on the baluster of which there was a mantle of dust. Miss Silvester called out once or twice as they advanced, but there was no answer to those calls other than the hollow echoes they awoke in that untenanted house. The three rooms that had composed her home were situated on the first floor, and as they ascended to the landing they saw the three doors standing open. Two of the chambers were shuttered, and therefore in darkness, but the drawing-room, which directly faced the stairhead, was all in sunlight, and even before they entered it they had a picture of the devastation wrought there. The furniture was not merely disarranged, it was rudely tumbled, some of it broken, and some was missing altogether. Drawers hung open as they had been pulled by thieving hands, and that part of their contents which had not been considered worth removing now strewed the floor. A glass cabinet, which had stood in one angle, lay tumbled forward and shattered into fragments. The secretaire stood open, its lock broken, its contents rifled, a litter of papers tossed upon and about it. The curtains, torn from their poles, one of which hung broken across a window, had disappeared, as had an Eastern rug that covered a portion of the floor. Dr. Beamish and the lady stood in silence just within the doorway for a long moment, contemplating that dreadful havoc. Then Miss Sylvester moved swiftly forward to the secretaire, in an inner drawer of which she had left a considerable sum of money, representing most of her immediate resources. That inner drawer had been wrenched open, the money was gone. She turned and looked at Dr. Beamish, her face piteous in its white dismay. She tried to speak, but her lips trembled and her eyes filled again with tears. To have endured so much, and to come home to this! The doctor started forward in answer to the pitiful appeal of that glance. He advanced a chair that happened to be whole, and urged her to sit down and rest, as if the rest she needed were merely physical. She obeyed him, and with hands folded in her lap, she sat there looking helplessly around upon the wreckage of her home. "What am I to do? Where am I to turn?" she asked, and almost at once supplied the answer. "I had better go from this accursed place at once. I have an old aunt living in Charmouth. I will return to her." She had also, she added, certain moneys in the hands of a banker near Charing Cross. Once she should have withdrawn these, there would be nothing to keep her in London. She rose on the announcement as if there and then to act upon it, but the doctor gently restrained her, gently revealed to her the full helplessness of her position, which was more overwhelming even than she supposed. It must be almost certain that the banker she named would temporarily have suspended business, and withdrawn himself from a place in which panic and confusion had made an end of commerce for the present. But even if he should still be at his counting-house, and able at once to supply her demands, such a journey into the country as she contemplated was almost utterly impossible. True, the accident of her having had the plague had supplied her with a certificate of health, and in view of this no one could hinder her departure. But, considering whence she came, it would be with difficulty that out of London she could find anyone to give her shelter. Most likely, indeed, that she would be driven back by sheer necessity, if not by force, before she had gone further than a day's journey. The realization of this unsuspected thing, that she was doomed to imprisonment in this dreadful city, which seemed abandoned alike by God and man, inhabited only by the unfortunate and the unclean, a city of dead and dying, drove her almost to the utmost limits of despair. For a while she was half stunned and silent. Then speech came from her wild and frantic. "What then? What remains? What am I to do? How live? Oh God, if only I had perished of the plague! I see now, I see that the worst wrong Randall Hollis ever did me was when he saved my miserable life." "Hush, hush, what are you saying, child?" The doctor set a comforting arm about her shoulders. "You are not utterly alone," he assured her gently. "I am still here to serve you, my dear, and I am your friend." "Forgive me," she begged him. He patted her shoulder. I understand. It is very hard for you, I know, but you must have courage. While we have health and strength, no ill of life is beyond repair. I am old, my dear, and I know. Let us consider now your case." "My friend, it is beyond considerations. Who can help me now?" "I can, for one. That is my intention." "But in what way?" "Why, in several ways at need. But first I can show you how you may help yourself." "Help myself?" She looked up at him, frowning a little in her mystification. "It is in helping others that we best help ourselves," he explained. "Who labours but for himself achieves a barren life, is like the unfaithful steward with his talents. Happiness lies in labouring for your neighbour. It is a twofold happiness, for it brings its own reward in the satisfaction of achievement, in the joy of accomplishment, and it brings another in that, bending our thoughts to the needs and afflictions of our fellows, it removes them from the contemplation of the afflictions that are our own. Yes, yes, but how does it lie in my power now to do this? In several ways, my dear. I will tell you of one. By God's mercy and the loving heroism of a fellow creature, you have been cured of the plague, and by that cure you have been rendered what is commonly known as a safe woman, a person immune from infection, who may move without fear among those who suffer from the pestilence. Nurse keepers are very difficult to find, and daily their diminishing numbers grow less equal to the ever-increasing work that this sad visitation provides. Many of them are noble, self-sacrificing women who, without even such guarantees of immunity as you now possess, go heroically among the sufferers, and some of these, alas, are constantly succumbing. He paused, peering at her short-sightedly through his spectacles. She looked up at him in round-eyed amusement. "And you are suggesting that I—" She broke off, a little appalled by the prospect opened out to her. "You might do it because you conceive it to be a debt you owe to God and your fellow creatures for your own preservation. Or you might do it so that, in seeking to heal the afflictions of others, you may succeed in healing your own. But however you did it, it would be a noble act and would surely not go unrewarded." She rose slowly, her brows bent in thought, and then she uttered a little laugh of self-pity. "And unless I do that, what else indeed am I to do?" she asked. "Nay, nay," he made haste to reassure her. "I do not wish to force you into any course against your will. If the task is repugnant to you, and I can well understand that it might be, do not imagine that I shall on that account forsake you. I will not leave you helpless and alone. Be sure of that." She looked at him and smiled a little. "It is repugnant, of course," she confessed frankly. "How should it be otherwise? I have lived soft and self-indulgently from childhood. Therefore, if I do this thing, perhaps it will on that account be more acceptable in the eyes of heaven. As you say, it is a debt I owe." She put out a hand and took his arm. "I am ready, my friend, to set about discharging it." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 26. The Dead Cart. Had you asked Colonel Hollis in afterlife how he had spent the week that followed immediately upon his escape from the house in Knight Rider Street, he could have supplied you with only the vaguest and most incomplete of accounts. His memories were a confused jumble, from which only certain facts detached themselves with any degree of sharpness. The ugly truth, which must be told, is that in all that week he was hardly ever entirely sober. The thing began on the very night, or rather morning, of his evasion. Without definite destination or even aim beyond that of putting as great a distance as possible between himself and Knight Rider Street, Hollis came by way of Carter Lane into Paul's Yard. There he hung a moment hesitating, for a man may well hesitate when all directions are as one to him. Then he struck eastward, down Watling Street, finally plunging into the labyrinth of narrow alleys to the north of it. Here he might have wandered until broad daylight, but that, lost in the heart of that daydom, he was drawn by sounds of revelry to a narrow door, from under which a blade of light was stretched across the cobbles of the street. It was the oddness of those sounds, as incongruous in this plague-stricken London as if they had issued from the bowels of a sepulchre, that gave him pause. On that mean threshold he stood hesitating, peering up at the sign, which he could just discern to be in the shape of a flagon, whence he must have concluded, had other evidences been lacking, that the place was a tavern. Further, he concluded, from his knowledge of the enactment by which all such resorts were to close to custom at 9 o'clock, that here a breach of the law was being flagrantly committed. Attracted on the one hand by the thought of the oblivion that might be purchased within, repelled on the other by the obviously disreputable character of the place, and by a curious sense of the increased scorn he must evoke in Nancy's mind could she witness his weak surrender to so foul a temptation, he ended by deciding to pass on. But even as he turned to do so, the door was suddenly pulled open, and across the street was flung a great shaft of yellow light in which he stood revealed. Two drunken roisterers, lurching forth, paused a moment, surprised at the sight of him, arrested there. Then with drunken inconsequence they fell upon him, took him each by an arm, and dragged him, weakly resisting, over the threshold of that unclean den, amid shouts of insensate, hilarious welcome from its inhabitants. Hollis stood there in the glare and stench of a half-dozen fish-oil lamps, suspended from the beams of the low grimy ceiling, blinking like an owl, whilst the taverner, vehemently cursing the fools who'd left his door agape, made haste to close it again, shutting out as far as possible sight and sound of this transgression of the recent rigorous laws. When presently the colonel's eyes had grown accustomed to the light, he took stock of his surroundings. He found himself in a motley gathering of evil-looking raffish men, and no less evil-looking women. In all there may have been some 30 of them huddled there together in that comparatively restricted space. The men were rufflers and foists and worse. The women were trolls of various degrees, with raddled cheeks and glittering eyes. Some were maudlin, some hilarious, and some lay helpless and inert as logs. All of them had been drinking to excess, save, perhaps, some 4 or 5 who were gathered about a table apart, snarling over a pack of greasy cards. They were men and women of the underworld, whom circumstances and the fact that no further certificates of health were being issued confined to the plague-ridden city, and, in an excess of the habits of debauch that were usual to them, they took this means of cheating for a brief while the terror in which normally they lived and moved in that stronghold of death. It was a gathering typical of many that Asmodeus might have discovered had he troubled on any of those August nights to lift the roofs of London's houses. Hollis surveyed them with cold disgust, whilst they stared questioningly back at him. They had fallen silent now, all save one who, maudlin in a corner, persisted in continuing an obscene song with which he had been regaling the company when the colonel entered. "Gad's my life," said Hollis at length, "but that I'm told the court has gone to Salisbury. I might suppose myself in Whitehall." The double-edged jibe shook them into an explosion of laughter. They acclaimed him for a wit, and proceeded to pronounce him free of their disreputable company, whilst the 2 topers who had lugged him in from the open dragged him now to one of the tables where room was readily made for him. He yielded to the inevitable. He had a few pieces in his pocket, and he spent one of these on burnt sack before that wild company broke up, and its members crept to their homes like rats to their burrows in the pale light of dawn. Thereafter he hired a bed from the vintner, and slept until close upon noon. Having broken his fast upon a dish of salt herrings, he wandered forth again, errant and aimless. He won through a succession of narrow, unclean alleys into the eastern end of Cheapside, and stood there aghast to survey the change that the month had wrought. In that thoroughfare, usually the busiest in London, he found emptiness and silence. Where all had been life and bustle, a continual stream of coaches and chairs of wayfarers on foot and on horseback, of merchants and prentices at the shop doors with their incessant cries of "What d'ye lack?" and clamorous invitations to view the wares and bargains that they offered. The street from end to end was now empty of all but some half-dozen stragglers like himself, and one who, with averted head, was pushing a wheelbarrow whose grim load was covered by a cloak. Not a coach, not a chair, not a horse in sight, and not a merchant's voice to be heard, not even a beggar's whine. Here and there a shop stood open, but where there were no buyers there was no eagerness to sell. Some few houses he beheld close-shuttered and padlocked, each marked with the red cross and guarded by its armed watchman. One or two others he observed to stand open and derelict. Last of all, but perhaps the most awe-inspiring, as being the most eloquent witness to the general desolation, he saw that blades of grass were sprouting between the kidney stones with which the street was paved, so that, but for those lines of houses standing so grim and silent on either side, he could never have supposed himself to be standing in a city thoroughfare. He turned up towards St. Paul's, his steps echoing in the noontide through the empty street, as echo at midnight the steps of some belated reveller. It were unprofitable further to follow him in those aimless wanderings in which he spent that day and the days that followed. Once he made an excursion as far as Whitehall, to assure himself that his Grace of Buckingham was indeed gone from town, as Dr. Beamish had informed him. He went spurred by the desire to vent a sense of wrong that came to the surface of his sodden wits like oil to the surface of water. But he found the gates of Wallingford House closed, and its windows tight shuttered, as were by then practically all the windows that overlooked that forsaken courtly thoroughfare. Albemarle, he learnt from a stray sailor with whom he talked, was still at the cockpit. True to his character, honest George Monk remained grimly at his post, unmoved by danger, indeed going freely abroad in utter contempt of it, engrossed in the charitable task of doing whatever a man in his position could do to mitigate the general suffering. Hollis was tempted to seek him, but the temptation was not very strong upon him, and he withstood it. Such a visit would but waste the time of a man who had no time to waste, therefore Albemarle was hardly likely to give him a welcome. His nights were invariably spent at the sign of the Flagon in that dismal alley off Watling Street, into which the merest chance had led him in the first instance. What attraction the place could have held for him he would afterwards have found it difficult to define. There is little doubt that it was just his loneliness that impelled thither his desire for the only society that he knew to be available, a company of human beings in similar case to himself, who sought in the nepenthés of the wine-cup and in riotous debauch a temporary oblivion of their misery and desolation. Low though he might previously have come, neither was this the resort, nor were the thieves and harlots by whom it was frequented the associates that he would ordinarily have chosen. Fortune, whose sport he had ever been, had flung him among these human derelicts, and there he continued, since the place afforded him the only thing he craved until death should, as he hoped, bring him final peace. The end came abruptly. One night, the seventh that he had spent in that lewd haunt of recklessness, he drank more deeply even than his deep habit. As a consequence, when at the host's bidding he lurched out into the dark alley, the last of all those roisterers to depart, his wits were drugged to the point of insensibility. He moved like an automaton, on legs that mechanically performed their function. Staggering under him, they bore his swaying body in long lurches down the lane, until he must have looked like some flimsy simulacrum of a man with which the wind made sport. Without apprehension or care of the direction in which he was moving, he came into Watling Street, crossed it, plunged into a narrow alley on the southern side, and reeled blindly onward until his feet struck an obstacle in their unconscious path. He pitched over it and fell forward heavily upon his face. Lacking the will and the strength to rise again, he lay where he had fallen and sank there into a lethargic sleep. A half-hour passed. It was the half-hour immediately before the dawn. Came a bell tinkling in the distance. Slowly it drew nearer, and a cry repeated at intervals might have been audible and intelligible to Hollis had he been conscious. Soon to these were added other sounds, the melancholy creak of an axle that required greasing, and the slow clank and thud of hoofs upon the cobbles. Nearer rang the cry upon the silent night, "Bring out your dead!" The vehicle halted at the mouth of the alley in which the colonel lay, and a man advanced, holding a flaming link above his head, so as to cast its ruddy glare hither and thither to search the dark corners of that byway. This man beheld two bodies stretched upon the ground, the colonel's and the one over which the colonel had stumbled. He shouted something over his shoulder and advanced again. He was followed a moment later by the cart, conducted by his fellow, who walked at the horse's head, pulling at a short pipe. Whilst he who held the torch stood there to light the other in his work, his companion stooped and rolled over the first body, then stepped forward and did the same by Colonel Hollis. The colonel's countenance was as livid as that of the corpse that had tripped him up, and he scarcely seemed to breathe. They bestowed no more than a glance upon him, with the terrible callous indifference that constant habit will bring to almost any task, and then returned to the other. The man with the link thrust this into a holder attached to the front of the dead cart. Then the two of them on their knees made an examination of the body, or rather of such garments as were upon it. "Not much to trouble over here, Larry," said one. "Aye," growled Larry, "they're sorry enough duds. Come on, Nick, let's heave her aboard." They rose, took down their hooks, and seizing the body by them, they swung it up into the vehicle. "Fetch the prancer nearer," said Nick, as he turned and stepped towards Hollis. The horse was led forward some few paces, so that the light from the cart now fell more fully upon the colonel's long supine figure. Nick went down on one knee beside him and uttered a grunt of satisfaction. "This is better." His fellow came to peer over his shoulder. "A gentry cove, Demi," he swore with horrible satisfaction. Their practised, ghoulish fingers went swiftly over Hollis, and they chuckled obscenely at sight of the half-dozen gold pieces displayed in Larry's filthy paw. "Not much else," grumbled one after a further inspection. "There's his sword, a rich hilt. Look, Larry." "And there's a fine pair of stampers," said Larry, who was already busy about the colonel's feet. "Lend a hand, Nick." They pulled the boots off and made a bundle of them, together with the colonel's hat and cloak. This bundle Larry dropped into a basket that hung behind the cart, whilst Nick remained to strip Hollis of his doublet. Suddenly he paused. "He's still warm, Larry," he said querulously. Larry approached, pulling at his pipe. He growled a lewd oath, expressive of contempt and indifference. "What odds," he added cynically, "he'll be cold enough or ever we comes to Aldgate," and he laughed as he took the doublet Nick flung to him. The next moment their filthy hooks were in the garments they had left upon Hollis, and they had added him to the terrible load that already half filled their cart. They backed the vehicle out of the alley and then trundled on, going eastward, their destination being the pit at Aldgate. Ever and anon in their slow progress they would halt either at the summons of a watchman or at what they found for themselves. At every halt they made an addition to their load, which they bore away for peremptory burial in that Aldgate plague pit, above which on these hot nights the corpse candles flickered almost constantly to increase the tale of portents and to scare the credulous into the belief that the place was haunted by the souls of those unfortunates whose bodies lay irreverently tumbled there under the loosely shovelled clay. They were already approaching their destination, and the first light of dawn, pallid, cold, and colourless as a moonstone, was beginning to dispel the darkness, when, be it from the jolting of the cart, or from the flow of blood where one of those foul hooks had scraped his thigh, or yet from preserving nature quickening his wits that he might save himself from suffocation, the colonel was aroused from his drunken trance. He awakened, thrusting fiercely for air, and seeking to dislodge a heavy mass that lay across his face. The efforts that at first he made were but feeble, as was to be expected from one in his condition, so that he gained no more than brief respites, in each of which, like a drowning man struggling repeatedly to the surface, he gasped a breath of that foul contamination about him. But finding each effort succeeded by a suffocation that became ever more painful, a sort of terror seized upon him and pulled his senses out of their drunken torpor. He braced himself and heaved more strenuously, until at length he won clear, so far at least as his head was concerned. He saw the paling stars above, and was able at last to breathe freely and without effort. But the burden which he had succeeded in thrusting from his head now lay across his breast, and the weight of it was troublesome and painful. He put forth a hand, and realizing by the sense of touch that what he grasped was a human arm, he shook it vigorously. Eliciting no response, he began to grow angry. "Afoot there, ye drunken lob," he growled in a thick voice. "Get up, I say, get up, was my life. Do ye take me for a bed that you put yourself to sleep across me? Get up," he roared, his anger increasing before that continued lack of response. "Get up, or He ceased abruptly, blinking in the glare of light that suddenly struck across his eyes from the flaming head of the torch which had been thrust upwards. The cart had come to a standstill, and above the tall sides of it, rising into his field of vision, came the two horrible figures of the carters, whom the sound of his voice had brought to mount the wheels of the vehicle. There was something so foul and infernal in those faces, as seen there in the ruddy glare of the torch, that the sight of them brought the colonel a stage nearer to sobriety. He struggled up into a sitting position and looked about him, bewildered, uneasy, furiously endeavouring to conjecture where he might be. In plaintive impatience came the nasal voice of one of those ghouls. "I told ye the gentry cove was warm, Larry." "Aye, well, and what now?" quoth the other querulously. "Why, fling him out, of course." "Bah, let him ride. If he's not stiff yet, he soon will be. What's the odds?" "And what'll the plague examiner, ye fool? Won't he see that it's just a drunken cove who's sleeping off his booze? And what'll he say to us? Here, lend a hand. Let's get him out." But Hollis was no longer in need of their assistance. Their words, and what he saw of that grim load of which he was a part, had made him realize at last his ghastly situation. The sheer horror of it not only sobered him completely, it lent him a more than ordinary strength. He heaved himself clear and struggled, gasping, to his knees. Thence he gripped the side of the cart, pulled himself to his feet, flung a leg over and leapt down, stumbling as he did so, and sprawling full length upon the ground. By the time he had gathered himself up, the cart was already trundling on again, and the peals of hoarse, obscene laughter from the carters were ringing hideously through the silent street. Hollis fled from the sound, back by the way that he'd been carried, and it was not until he had gone some distance, not until the foul hilarity of the carters and the clatter of the accursed cart itself had faded out of earshot, that he began to grow conscious of his condition. He was without cloak or hat or doublet or boots. The fact that his sword was gone, as well as the little money that still remained him, seemed to him just then to matter rather less. What chiefly troubled him was that he was cold and dizzy. He shivered every now and then as with an ague. His head was a globe of pain, and his senses reeled. Yet he was sober, he assured himself. He could think coherently, and he was able to piece together not only the thing that had happened to him, but the very manner of its happening. Mechanically he trudged on and on, aimlessly now, a man walking in a nightmare. The light grew. The moonstone light of early dawn took on colour, and began to glow as with the fires of the opal. The sky was invaded and suffused by the saffron heralds of the sun. At last he paused, without knowledge or care of where he was. Utterly bereft of strength, he sank presently into the shelter of the doorway of a deserted house, and there fell asleep. When next he wakened, he was lying in the full glare of a sun that was already high in the heavens. He looked about him and found himself in surroundings that were utterly strange to him, so that he could form no notion of whither he had strayed. In mid-street stood a man in a steeple hat, dressed in black, leaning upon a red wand and regarding him attentively. "What ails you?" the man asked him, seeing him awake and conscious. Disgruntled, Hollis glared at him. "The sight of you," he snapped, and struggled stiffly up. "Naught else." Yet even as he gained his feet, a giddiness assailed him. He steadied himself a moment against the doorpost, then reeled and sank down again upon the step that had been his couch. For some few seconds he sat there bemused, marvelling at his condition. Then, acting on a sudden thought, he tore open the breast of his shirt. "I lied!" he shouted wildly. When next he looked up, he was laughing, a ringing, exultant laugh. "I lied! There is something else. Look!" And he pulled his shirt wider apart so that the man might see what he had found. And that was the last thing that he remembered. On his breast the flower of the plague had blossomed while he slept. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27, Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 27, The Pest House. There ensued for Colonel Hollis on some plane other than that of the mundane life a period of fevered activity, of dread encounters and terrible combats, of continual strife with a relentless opponent dressed in black and white satin, who wore the countenance of his Grace of Buckingham, and who was ever on the point of slaying him, yet, being unmerciful, never slayed. These combats usually took place in a sombre panelled room by the light of a cluster of candles in a silver branch, and they had for witness a white-clad, white-faced woman, with long blue-green eyes and heavy chestnut hair, who laughed in glee and clapped her hands at each fresh turn of the encounter. Sometimes, however, the battleground was a cherry orchard, sometimes the humble interior of a yeoman's cottage in the neighbourhood of Worcester, but the actors were ever the same three. The fact is that Hollis lived in a world of delirium, whence at last he awakened one day to sanity, awakened to die, as he thought, when he had taken stock of his surroundings and realized them by the aid of the memories he assembled of his last waking conscious hours. He found himself lying on a pallet near a window, through which he had a glimpse of foliage and a strip of indigo sky. Directly overhead were the bare rafters of a roof that knew no ceiling. He turned his head on his pillow and looked away to his left, down a long barn-like room, in which stood a half-dozen such pallets as his own, and upon each a sufferer like himself. One or two of them lay inert, as if in death. The others tossed and moaned, whilst one, still more violent, was struggling fiercely with his keepers. It was not a pleasant sight for a man in his condition, so he rolled his head back to its first position, and thus returned to the contemplation of that strip of sky. A great calm settled upon the soul that clung to his fever-wasted body. He understood his situation perfectly. He was stricken with the plague, and he was vouchsafed this interval of consciousness, the consciousness perhaps that is the herald of dissolution, in order that he might return thanks to God that at last the sands of his miserable life were run and peace awaited him. The very contemplation of this sufficed to blot out at last the shame that could never in life have left him, the haunting spectre of the loathing he must have inspired in her against whom he had so grossly sinned. He remembered that full confession he had left for her, and it was sweet to reflect, before passing out into the cold shadows, that its perusal, revealing all that had gone to make an utter villain of him, showing how fate had placed him between the hammer and the anvil, might mitigate the contempt in which inevitably she must have held him. Tears gathered in his eyes and rolled down his wasted cheeks. They were tears at once of physical weakness and of thanksgiving rather than of self-pity. Steps were softly approaching his bedside. Someone was leaning over him. He turned his head once more and looked up. And then a great fear took possession of him, so that for a moment his heart seemed to contract. Aloud he explained to himself that apparition. "I am at my dreams again," he complained in a whisper. At his bedside stood a woman, young and comely, in the grey homespun, with the white bands and bib and coif that made up the garb of Puritans. Her face was small and pale and oval. Her eyes were long, of a colour between blue and green, very wistful now in their expression, and from under the wings of her coif escaped one or two heavy chestnut curls to lie upon her white neck. A fine, cool hand sought his own where it lay upon the coverlet. A voice that was full of soft, sad music answered him. "Nay, Randall, you are awake at last, thank God." And now he saw that those long, wistful eyes were aswim in tears. "Where am I, then?" he asked, in his first real bewilderment since awakening. Almost he began to imagine that he must have dreamt all those things which he had deemed actual memories of a time that had preceded his delirium. In the pest house in Bunhill Fields, she told him, which only served to increase the confusion in his mind. "That is, I can understand that. I have the plague, I know. I remember being stricken with it. But you? How come you here, in a pest house?" "There was nowhere else for me to go after I left that house in Knight Rider Street." And very briefly she explained the circumstances. "So Dr. Beamish brought me here, and here I have been by the blessing of Providence," she ended, "tending the poor victims of the plague." "And you tended me? You?" Incredulous amazement lent strength to his enfeebled voice. "Did you not tend me?" she answered him. He made a gesture of repudiation with one of his hands, grown so pale and thin. Then he sighed and smiled contentedly. "God is very good to me, a sinner. As I lay here now, all that I craved was that you, knowing the full truth of my villainy, of the temptation by which I fell, should speak a little word of pity and forgiveness to me, to make my dying easier." "Your dying? Why do you talk of death?" "Because it comes by the mercy of God. To die of the plague is what I most deserve. I sought it, and it fled before me. Yet in the end I stumbled upon it by chance. All my life it is thus that things have come to me. That which I desire and pursue eludes me. When I cease the pursuit, it turns and takes me unawares. In all things have I been the sport of fortune, even in my dying, as it seems." She would have interrupted, but he hurried on, deceived by his own weakness. "Listen a moment yet, lest I go before I have said what is yet to add to the letter that I left for you. I swear by my last feeble hope of heaven that I did not know it was you I was to carry off, else I had gone to the hangman before ever I had lent myself to the Duke's business. You believe me?" "There is no need for your assurances, Randall. I never doubted that. How could I?" "How could you? Ay, that is true. You could not. So much at least would not have been possible, however I might have fallen." Then he looked at her with piteous eyes. "I scarcely hope that you'll forgive me all." "But I do, Randall, I do. I have long since forgiven you. I gave you my forgiveness and my gratitude when I knew what you had done for me, how you risked your life in reparation. If I could forgive you then, can I harbour resentment now that I know all? I do forgive freely, utterly, completely, Randall dear." "Say it again," he implored her. She said it, weeping quietly. "Then I am content. What matter all my unrealized dreams of crowned knight errantry, all my high-flown ambitions? To this must I have come in the end. I was a fool not to have taken the quiet good to which I was born. Then might we have been happy, Nan, and neither of us would have felt the need to seek the hollow triumphs of the world." "You talk as if you were to die," she reproved him through her tears. but you shall get well again. That surely were a crowning folly, when I may die so happily." And then the doctor supervened to interrupt them, and to confirm circumstantially her assertion that Hollis was now out of danger. The truth is that what he had done for her when she was plague-stricken, she had now done for him. By unremitting care of him in the endless hours of his delirium, reckless of how she exhausted herself in the effort, she had brought him safely through the valley of the shadow, and already, even as he spoke of dying, deluded by his weakness and the great lassitude that attends exhaustion, into believing that already he stood upon the threshold, his recovery was assured. Within less than a week he was afoot, regaining strength, and pronounced clear of the infection. Yet, before they would suffer him to depart into the world again, he must undergo the period of sequestration that the law prescribed, so as to ensure against his conveying the infection to others. For this he was to be removed from the pest house to a neighbouring abode of rest and convalescence. When the hour of departure came, he went to take his leave of Nancy. She awaited him on the lawn under the tall old cedars of Lebanon that graced the garden of this farm, which had been converted to the purposes of a hospital. Slimly graceful she stood before him, whilst in a voice which he laboured to keep steady he uttered words of an irrevocable farewell. It was very far from what she had been expecting, as he might have read in the pale dismay that overspread her countenance. There was a stone seat near at hand there in the shade, and she sank limply down upon this, whilst he stood beside her awaiting her dismissal. He was very plainly clad in garments which she had secretly caused to be procured for him, but which he supposed to be the parting gift of the charitable pest house authorities. She controlled herself to ask him steadily, "What are you going to do? Where shall you go when the month is past?" He smiled and shrugged a little. "I have not yet considered fully," he answered her in actual words, whilst his tone conveyed that he had neither thought nor care of what might follow. Fortune, it might be said, had been kind to him, for Fortune had given him back his life when it was all but lost. But it was the way of Fortune to fool him with gifts when he could no longer profitably use them. "It may be," he added, answering the round stare of her eyes, "that I shall go to France. There is usually work for a soldier there." She lowered her glance, and for a long moment there was silence. Then she spoke again, calmly, almost formally, marshalling the points of an argument that she had well considered. "You remember that day when we talked, you and I, in that house on Knight Rider Street, just after my recovery, when I would have thanked you for my life? You rejected my thanks as you rejected the forgiveness that I offered. You rejected it, persuaded that I was moved only by gratitude for the life you had saved, that I sought by that forgiveness to discharge the debt in which you had placed me. It was so," he said, "and it is so. It cannot be otherwise." "Can it not? Are you so very sure?" One upward appealing glance she flashed him as she asked the question. "As I am sure that out of your sweet charity you deceive yourself," he answered. "Do I? Let us say that I did. But if you say that I still do, then you are overlooking something. I am no longer in your debt. I have paid it in another and a fuller way. As you saved my life, so have I since saved yours. I thanked God for the merciful chance to do this, since by doing it I could wipe out this debt that seemed to stand between us. We are quits now, Randall. I no longer owe you anything. I have repaid you. Therefore I am no longer under any necessity to be grateful. You cannot deny that. I would not if I could." "Then, don't you see, without indebtedness between us, no longer under any obligation to you, I have given you my forgiveness freely, frankly, and fully. Your offence, after all, was not really against me." "It was, he interrupted fiercely. "It was against you inasmuch as it was against my own honour. It made me unworthy." "Even so, you had my complete forgiveness from the moment that I came to know how cruelly you had been driven. Indeed, I think that I forgave you earlier, much earlier. My heart told me, my senses told me, when you attempted to rescue me from the Duke of Buckingham, that some such tale of misfortune must lie behind your deed. A little flush came to stain the pallor which his illness had left upon his cheeks. He bowed his head. I bless you for those words. They will give me courage to face whatever may await me. I shall treasure the memory of them and of your sweetness always. But you still do not believe me, she cried out. Still you think that behind it all there are some dregs of resentment in my heart. No, no, Nan, I believe you. And yet you will persist in going? What else? You, who know all, now must see that there is no place for me in England. There was a ready answer leaping to her lips, but she could not utter it, at least not yet. So again she hung her head, and again there fell a pause, in which she was desperately seeking for another line of attack upon his obstinately proud humility. Arguments to reason failing her, she availed herself of an argument to sentiment. She drew from the bodice of her gown a rubbed and faded tasselled glove. She held it out to him, looking up at him, and he saw that her eyes were wet. Here is something that belongs to you at least. Take it, Randall. Take it, since it is all that you will have of me. Almost in hesitancy he took that little glove, still warm and fragrant from sweet contact with her, and retained also the hand that proffered it. It shall again be a talisman, he said softly, to keep me worthy as it did not keep me once. Then he bowed over the hand he held and pressed it to his lips. Good-bye, and God guard you ever, Nan. He would have disengaged his hand, but she clutched it firmly now. Randall, she cried sharply, desperately driven to woo this man who would not woo her, despite her clear invitation. In gentle, sorrowing rebuke, she added, Can you, then, really think of leaving me again? His face assumed the pallor of death, and his limbs trembled under him. What else is possible? He asked her miserably. That is a question you had best answer for yourself. What answer can I supply? He looked at her almost fearfully, with those grey eyes that were normally so steady and could be so hard and arrogant. He moistened his lips before resuming. Should I allow you to gather up these poor shards of my broken life with the hands of pity? Pity? She cried in repudiation. Then shaking her head a little, And what if it were so? She asked. What then? Oh, Randall, if I have pity for you, have you then none for me? Pity for you? I thank God you do not stand in need of pity. Do I not? What else but pitiful can you account my state? I have waited years, with what patience and fortitude I could command, for one to whom I deemed myself to belong. And when at last he arrived, it is only to reject me. He laughed at that, but without any trace of mirth. Nay, nay, he said, I am not so easily deceived by your charitable pretence. Confess that out of your pity you but act a part. I see. You think that, having been an actress once, I must be acting ever. Will you believe me, I wonder, when I swear to you that, in all these years of weary waiting, I withstood every temptation that besets my kind, keeping myself spotless against your coming. Will you believe that? And if you believe it, will you cheat me now? Believe it? Oh, God, if I did not, perhaps I could now yield more easily. The gulf between us would be less wide. There is no gulf between us, Randall. It has been bridged and bridged again. He disengaged his hand from her clasp at last. Oh, why do you try me, Nan? He cried out like a man in pain. God knows you cannot need me. What have I to offer, I that am as bankrupt of fortune as of honour? Do women love men for what they bring? She asked him. Is that the lesson a mercenary's life has taught you? Oh, Randall, you spoke of chance and how it had directed all your life, and yet it seems you have not learnt to read its signs. A world lay between us in which we were lost to each other, yet chance brought us together again, and if the way of it was evil, yet it was the way of chance. Again we strayed apart. You went from me driven by shame and wounded pride. Yes, pride, Randall, intending this separation to be irrevocable, and again we have come together. Will you weary chance by demanding that it perform this miracle for a third time? He looked at her steadily now, a man redeemed, driven back into the hard ways of honour by the scourge of all that had befallen him. If I have been chance's victim all my life, that is no reason why I should help you to be no better. For you there is the great world, there is your art, there is life and joy when this pestilence shall have spent itself. I have nothing to offer you in exchange for all that. Nothing, Nan. My whole estate is just these poor clothes I stand in. If it were otherwise, oh, but why waste words and torturing thought on what might be? We have to face what is. Good-bye. Abruptly he swung on his heel and left her, so abruptly indeed that his departure took her by surprise, found her without a word in which to stay him. As in a dream she watched the tall, spare, soldierly figure swinging away through the trees towards the avenue. Then at last she half rose, and a little fluttering cry escaped her. "Randall! Randall!" But already he was too far to hear her. Even if, had he heard, he would have heeded. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28, Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 28, Jesting Fortune. Jesting Fortune had not yet done with Colonel Hollis. A month later, towards the middle of September, without having seen Nancy again, since that, of course, would have been denied him, as it would have nullified his sequestration from infected persons and surroundings, he found himself at liberty to return to the ordinary haunts of man, supplied with a certificate of health. He had been considering, in the few days preceding his discharge, whither he should direct his steps once he were made free of the world again, and he had returned to that earlier resolve of his to embark as a hand aboard some vessel bound for France. But a vessel must be found quickly, for Hollis was utterly penniless. He possessed, as he had reminded Nancy, nothing but the comparatively cheap garments in which he stood. He might have obtained a few shillings from the pest-house authorities, but his gorge rose at the thought of seeking charity, particularly where it would better become him to bestow it, out of consideration for the benefits received. So within an hour of his discharge he found himself tramping along the empty streets of the city, bound for distant Wapping. He must go afoot, not only because he lacked the means to go otherwise, but because there were no longer any boats plying for hire at any of the steps along the river, nor any hackney coaches remaining in the streets. More than ever was London become a city of the dead. He trudged on, and everywhere now he beheld great fires of sea-coal burning in the streets, a sight that puzzled him at first, until a chance wayfarer informed him that it was done by the order of the Lord Mayor, and with the approval of his Grace of Albemarle, as a means of purifying the tainted air. Yet, although these fires had been burning now for a week, there was no sign yet that they had any such effect as was desired. Indeed, the bill of mortality in that week had been higher than ever before, having risen, as that same wayfarer informed him, to the colossal figure of 8,000. The marvel was, thought Hollis, that any should still be left to die in London. On through that desolate emptiness he tramped in the noontide heat, which still continued as intense as through the months that were past of that exceptional summer, until he came to the Fleet Ditch. Here it was that he bethought him of the Harp in Wood Street where he had lodged, and of its landlord, the friendly Banks, who at some risk to himself had warned him that the messengers of the law were on his heels. It was his utter destitution that now shaped his destiny. But for that, he might not have remembered that in his precipitate departure from that hostelry he had left some gear behind, including a fine suit of clothes. He could have no personal use for such brave raiment now. The homespun in which he stood was better suited far to one who sought work as a hand aboard a ship. But if he could recover that abandoned gear, it was possible that he might be able to convert it into a modest sum of money to relieve his present necessities. He laughed a little over the notion of fortune being so kind to him as to permit him to find the Harp still open or Banks alive. Still, forlorn hope though it might be, forlorn hopes were the only hopes that remained him. So in the direction of Wood Street he now turned his steps. He found it much as other streets. Not more than one shop in 4 was standing open, and trade in these was idle and stagnant. Proctor's famous ordinary at the sign of the Mitre, the most reputed eating-house in London, was closed and shuttered. He regarded this as an evil omen. But he passed on, and came presently to stand before the more modest Harp. He could scarcely believe his eyes when he saw its windows clean and open, its door flung wide. He crossed the threshold and turned into the common room on his left. The room was clean swept, its long deal tables were well scoured, but trade was slack, for the place contained a single occupant, a man in an apron who started up from a wooden armchair in which he had been dozing, with an ejaculation of, "As God's my life, a customer!" Hollis stared at him, and the man stared back at Hollis. It was Banks the vintner himself, but a Banks whose paunch had shrunk, whose erstwhile ruddy cheeks had lost their glow and fullness. "Colonel Hollis," he cried, "or is it your ghost, sir? There's more ghosts than living men in this stricken city." "We are both ghosts, I think, Banks," the colonel answered him. "Maybe, but our gullets ain't ghostly, praise the Lord, and there's still some sack left at the Harp. It's the greatest of all electuaries is sack, as Dr. Hodges has it. Sack with plenty of nutmeg, says he, and avoid sweating. And that's how I've kept myself alive. Shall we have a bottle of the medicine, Colonel?" "I'd say yes with all my heart, but lack a day, I've not the means to pay for the sack." "Pay?" The vintner made a lip. "Sit ye down, Colonel." Banks fetched the wine and poured it. "A plague on the plague is the toast," said he, and they drank it. "'Slife, Colonel, but I'm glad to see you alive. I feared the worst for you. Yet you've contrived to keep yourself safe, avoiding not only the plague, but them pestilential fellows that was after you." Without waiting for a reply, he dropped his voice to add, "You'll have heard how Danvers was took, and how he broke away and won free. Good luck to him. But all that is a dream by now, that conspiracy business, and no one bothers much about it, not even the government. There's other things to engage them, and not much government left neither. But of yourself now, Colonel, my tale's soon told. I've not fared quite as well as you suppose. I've had the plague." "The devil you have! And you've won through." Banks regarded him with a new respect. "Well, you were born lucky, sir." "You give me news," said the colonel. "There isn't many escapes," the vintner assured him ruefully, "and you having had the pestilence makes you a safe man. Ye can come and go as you please without uneasiness, and your sack as an electuary is wasted on me. But if I'm safe, I'm also penniless, which is what has brought me here, to see if some gear of mine is still in your possession, that I may melt it into shillings." "Aye, I have it all safe," Banks assured him. "A brave suit, with boots and a hat, a baldric, and some other odds and ends. They're above stairs waiting for you when you please. But what may you be thinking of doing, Colonel, if I may make so bold as to ask?" Hollis told him of his notion of sailing as a hand aboard a vessel bound for France. The vintner pursed his lips and sadly shook his head, regarding his guest the while from under bent brows. "Why, sir," he said, "there's no French shipping, and no ships bound for France at Wapping, and mighty few ships of any kind. The plague has put an end to all that. The port of London is as empty as Proctor's yonder. There's not a foreign ship'll put into it, nor an English one go out of it, for she wouldn't be given harbour anywhere for fear of the infection." The colonel's face lengthened in dismay. This, he thought, was the last blow of his malignant fortune. "I shall have to go to Portsmouth then," he announced gloomily. "God knows how I shall get there." "You never will, for Portsmouth won't have ye, nor any other town in England neither, coming as ye do from London. I tell you, sir, the country's all crazed with fear of the plague." "But I've a certificate of health." "Ye'd need to have it backed by a minister of state, or ever Portsmouth would let you inside her gates." Hollis looked at him blankly for a moment, then expressed his bitterness in a laugh. "In that case, I don't know what remains. You don't need a drawer these days, I suppose." The vintner was frowning thoughtfully, considering the first of those two questions. "Why, ye say ye're a safe man. Ye'll not have seen his Grace of Albemarle's proclamation asking for safe men?" "Asking for safe men? To what end?" "Nay, the proclamation don't say. You'll find that out in Whitehall, maybe. But there's a service of some kind his Grace has to offer them as is safe. Things being like this with you now, you might think it worth while to ask. It might be something for you, for the present at least." "It might," said Hollis, "and apparently it's that or nothing. He'll be needing scavengers, likely, or drivers for the dead cart." "Nay, nay, it'll be something better than that," said Banks, taking him literally. Hollis rose. "Whatever it may be, when a man is faced with starvation, he had best realize that pride won't fill an empty belly." "No more it will," Banks agreed, eyeing the colonel's uncouth garments. "But if you're thinking of paying a visit to Whitehall, you'd be wise to put on that other suit that's above stairs. Ye'll never get past the lackeys in that livery." So you see, issuing presently from the sign of the Harp, a Colonel Hollis very different from the Colonel Hollis who had entered it an hour earlier, in a dark blue suit of camlet, enlivened by a little gold lace, black Spanish boots, and a black beaver set off by a heavy plume of royal blue, without a sword, it is true, but swinging a long cane. He presented a figure rarely seen just then in London streets. Perhaps because of that, his appearance at the cockpit made the few remaining and more or less idle ushers bestir themselves to announce him. He waited but a moment in the empty anteroom, where 3 months ago he had overheard Mr. Pepys of the Navy Office proclaiming England's need of practised soldiers. The usher who went to announce him returned almost at once to conduct him into that pleasant chamber overlooking the park, where his Grace of Albemarle acted today as deputy for the pleasure-loving libertine prince who had forsaken his stricken capital. The Duke heaved himself up as the colonel entered. "So you're come at last, Randall," was his astounding greeting. "On my life, you've taken your own time in answering my letter. I concluded long since that the plague had carried you off." "Your letter?" said Hollis, and he stared blankly at the Duke as he clasped the proffered hand. "My letter, yes. You had it? The letter that I sent you nigh upon a month ago to the Paul's Head?" "Nay," said Hollis, "I had no letter." But Albemarle looked almost as if he did not believe him. "The landlady there kept it for you. She said, I think, that you were absent at the time, but would be back in a day or two, and that you should have the letter at once on your return." "A month ago, do you say? But it's 2 months and more since I left the Paul's Head." "What do you tell me? Ah, wait. My messenger shall speak for himself on this," and he strode away to the bell rope. But Hollis checked him. "Nay, nay," he cried with a wry smile, "there's not the need. I think I understand. Mrs. Quinn has been riding her malice on a loose rein. Your messenger would, no doubt, announce whence he came, and Mrs. Quinn, fearing that the news might be to my advantage, acted so as to prevent his making further search for me. Evidently the plague has spared that plaguey woman. What's this? The Duke's heavy face empurpled. Do you charge her with suppressing a communication from an office of state? By heaven, if she's still alive, I'll have her jailed for it. Let be, said Hollis, seizing him by the arm. Devil take the woman. Tell me of the letter. You'll never mean that you had found employment for me after all. You seem incredulous, Randall. Did you doubt my zeal for you? Oh, not your zeal, but the possibility of your helping one who was in my case. Aye, but as to that, why, Buckingham improved it when he stood surety for your loyalty before the justices. I heard of that, and when the chance came, the chance of this Bombay command that already I had earlier intended for you. The Bombay command? Hollis began to wonder, did he dream? But I thought that it had been required by Buckingham for a friend of his own. Sir Henry Stanhope, yes, so it had, and Stanhope sailed for the Indies with the commission. But it seems that when he did so he already carried the seeds of the plague within him, for he died of it on the voyage. It was a providence that he did, poor devil, for he was no more fitted for the command than to be Archbishop of Canterbury. I wrote to you at once, asking you to seek me here, and I waited a fortnight to hear from you. As you made no sign, I concluded that either you were stricken with the plague or no longer desired the office, and I proceeded to appoint another gentleman of promise. Hollis folded the pinions of his soaring hopes and let himself fall back into his despondency. He uttered a groan. But that's not the end, Albemarle checked him. No sooner had I appointed this other than he, too, fell sick of the plague and died a week ago. I have already found another suitable man, no easy matter in these days, and I had resolved to appoint him tomorrow to the vacant office. But if you're not afraid that the plague is bound up with this commission, it's at your disposal, and it shall be made out to you at once. Hollis was gasping for breath. You mean that I am to have the command after all? It was incredible. He dared not believe it. That is what I have said. The commission is— Albemarle broke off suddenly and fell back before him. What ails you, man? You're white as a ghost. You're not ill? And he lugged out a handkerchief that flung a reek of myrrh and ginger on the air, leaving Hollis no single doubt of the thing his Grace was fearing. Albemarle imagined that the plague, which, as he had said, seemed bound up with this commission, was already besetting the man upon whom he now proposed to bestow it. The humour of it took Hollis sharply, and his laugh rang out further to startle the Duke. There's no need for electuaries against me, he assured his Grace. I am certified in health and carry no infection. I left Bunhill Fields this morning. What? Albemarle was astounded. Do you mean you've had the plague? That is the whole reason of my being here. I am a safe man now, and I came in answer to your proclamation asking for safe men. Albemarle continued to stare at him in deepening amazement. So that is what brought you, he said at last, when full understanding came to him. But for that I certainly should never have come. Gad, said Albemarle, and he repeated the ejaculation with a laugh, for he found the situation curious enough to be amusing. Gad, the ways of chance! Chance, echoed Hollis, suddenly very sober, realizing how this sudden, unexpected turn of fortune's wheel had changed the whole complexion of his life. Almost it seems that chance has stood my friend at last, though it has waited until I had touched the very bottom of misfortune. But for your proclamation, and but for Mrs. Quinn too, I should have been fortune's fool again over the matter of this commission. It would have been here waiting for me, and I should never have known. The very malice by which Mrs. Quinn sought to do me disservice has turned to my benefit, For had she told your messenger the truth, that I had vanished, and that she had no knowledge of my whereabouts, you would never have traced me just then, and you would never have waited that fortnight. Thus all might have been changed." He paused, lost in a wonder that Albemarle did not share. "Maybe," said his Grace briskly, "but what matters now is that you are here, and that the command is yours if you still wish it. There is not even the fear of the plague to deter you, since you are a safe man now. It is an important office, as I told you, and so that you discharge its duties, as I know you will, it may prove but a stepping stone to greater things. What do you say?" "Say!" cried Hollis, his cheeks flushed, his grey eyes gleaming. "Why, I give you thanks with all my heart." "Then you accept it? Good, for I believe you to be the very man for the office." Albemarle stepped to his writing table, selected from among some documents a parchment bearing a heavy seal, sat down, took up a pen, and wrote briskly for a few seconds. He dusted the writing with Ponce and proffered the document. "Here, then, is your commission. How soon can you sail?" "In a month," said Hollis promptly. "A month?" Albemarle was taken aback. He frowned. "Why, man, you should be ready in a week. Myself, I could be ready in a day. But I mean to take this new-found tide of fortune at the flood, and—" But Albemarle interrupted him impatiently. "Don't you realize, man, the time that has been already lost? For 4 months now this office has stood vacant." "Which means that there's a very competent lieutenant in charge. Let him continue yet a while. Once I am there, I'll speedily make up for lost time, that I can promise you. You see, it may be that I shall have a companion who cannot possibly be ready in less than a month." With an odd, reckless trust in the continuance of fortune's favour now, he boldly added, "You have said that I am the very man for the office. The government can wait a month, or you can appoint someone less likely to serve it as efficiently." Albemarle smiled at him grimly across the table. "You're very full of surprises today, Master Randall, and this one baffles me." "Shall I explain it?" "It would be a condescension." Hollis poured out his tale, and Albemarle gave him a sympathetic hearing. When he had done, the Duke sighed and turned aside before replying, to examine the pages of a notebook at his elbow. "Well, well," he said at length, having consulted an entry, "the English lass is fitting at Portsmouth for the voyage, and should be ready, I am informed, in 2 weeks from now. But there are ever delays at present, and it is odds that in no case would she be ready in less than 3 weeks. I'll see to it that she is not ready under a month." Impetuously the colonel held out both hands to the Duke. "What a friend you are!" he cried. Albemarle wrung them hard. "You're damnably like your father, God rest him," said he. Then, almost brusquely, "Away with you now, and good luck to you. I'll not ask you to stay to see her Grace at present, since you're pressed. You shall kiss her hands before you sail. Be off." Hollis took his leave. At the door he suddenly checked, and turning, displayed a rueful countenance. "Although I have the King's commission in my pocket, and hold an important office in his service, I haven't a shilling in the world," he said. "Not a shilling." Albemarle responded instantly by producing a purse from which he counted £20. There was no sign of parsimonious reluctance about his offer now. "As a loan, of course," said Hollis, gathering up the yellow coins. "No," Albemarle corrected him. "An advance. Take no further thought for it. The Treasury shall refund me the money at once." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Chapter 29, The Miracle. Away from Whitehall, where the ground was green with thriving grass, went Colonel Hollis at speed. He set his face towards Islington once more, and swung along with great strides, carrying in his breast a heart more blithe than he had known for many a year. Blind and deaf to all about him, his mind sped ahead of his limbs to the goal for which he made. Thus, until a sudden awful dread assailed him. Fortune had fooled and cheated him so often that it was impossible he should long continue in this new-born trust in her favour. It was, after all, 4 weeks since he had seen Nancy, and those in that house of rest where he had spent the period of his sequestration could tell him nothing of her, since they held no direct intercourse with those who had their being in the pest-houses. In a month much may betide. Evil might have befallen her, or she might have departed thence. To soothe the latter dread came the recollection that any such departure would have been impossible until she, too, had undergone the prescribed period of disinfection. But the former dread was not so easily to be allayed. It would be so entirely of a piece with all his history that, now that apparently he held the earnest of fortune in his hands, he should make the discovery that this had reached him too late, that even as she bestowed with the one hand, so with the other did fortune rob him. You conceive, then, the dread anxiety in which he came, breathless, hot, and weary from the speed he had made, to the open fields, and at last to the stout spiked gates of that pleasant homestead that had been put to the uses of a lazaret. Here a stern and surly guardian denied him passage. "You cannot enter, sir. What do you seek?" "Happiness, my friend," said the colonel, completing the other's conviction that he was mad. But mad or sane, there was a masterful air about him now. He bristled with the old amiable arrogance that of late had been overlaid by despondency and lassitude of soul, and his demand that the gate should be unbarred for him held an authority that was not likely to be denied. "You understand, sir," the gatekeeper asked him, "that once you enter here you may not go back whence you come for 28 days at least." "I understand," said Hollis, "and I come prepared to pay the price. So in God's name, open, friend." The gatekeeper shrugged. "You're warned," he said, and raised the bar, thus removing, as he thought, all obstacles that kept a fool from his folly. The gates clashed behind him, and he took his way briskly, almost at a run, down the long avenue in the dappled shade of the beech trees and elms that bordered it, making straight for the nearest of the red brick outhouses, which was the one which he himself had occupied during his sickness. A broadly built elderly woman perceived his approach from the doorway, and after staring at him a moment in surprise and consternation, started forward to meet him, calling him to stand. But he came on heedless and breathless until they were face to face. "How came you in, you foolish man?" she cried. "You don't know me, Mrs. Barlow?" he asked her. Startled anew by that pleasant familiar address, she stared at him again, and then, under the finery and vigour investing him, and rendering him almost unrecognizable to eyes that remembered only the haggard, meanly clad fellow of a month ago, she discovered him. "Save us, it's Colonel Hollis!" And almost without pause she went on in a voice of distress. "But you were to have left the house of rest to-day. Whatever can have brought you back here to undo all again?" "Nay, not to undo, to do, Mrs. Barlow, by God's help. But you've a singular good memory to remember that I should be leaving to-day." She shook her head and smiled with a touch of sadness. "'Twasn't me that remembered, sir, it was Miss Sylvester." And again she shook her head. "She's here, then? Ha! She's well?" "Well enough, poor dear, but oh, so mortal sad. She's yonder resting under the cedars, a place she's haunted this past month." He swung aside, and without more than a hurriedly flung word of thanks or excuse, he was gone swiftly across the lawn towards that cluster of cedars, amid whose gnarled old trunks he could discern the flutter of a grey gown. She had haunted the spot this month past, Mrs. Barlow had said, and it was the spot where they had spoken their farewells. Ah, surely fortune would not trick him this time. Not again. Surely would she dash away the cup from his very lips, as so often she had done? As he drew nearer over the soft, yielding turf that deadened all sound of his steps, he saw her sitting on that stone seat where a month ago he had left her in the conviction that he was never to behold her again with the eyes of the flesh. Her shoulders were turned towards him, but even so he perceived in her attitude something of the listlessness by which she was possessed. He paused, his pulses throbbing, paused instinctively, fearing now to startle her, as startle her he must, however he approached. He stood arrested there, breathless, at a loss, and then, as if she sensed his presence, she slowly turned and looked behind her. A long while she stared, startled, white-faced. Randall! She was on her feet, confronting him. He plunged forward. "Oh, Randall, why have you come here? You should have gone today." "I went, and I have returned, Nan," he told her, standing there beside her now. "You have returned?" She looked him over more attentively now and observed the brave suit of dark blue camlet that so well became his tall, spare frame, and the fine Spanish boots that were now overlaid with dust. "You have returned?" she said again. "Nan," he said, "a miracle has happened." And from his breast he pulled that parchment with its great seal. "A month ago I was a beggar. Today I'm Colonel Hollis in something more than name, commanding something more than a mere regiment. I have come back, Nan, because at last I can offer you something in exchange for all that you will sacrifice in taking me." She sank down slowly, weakly to the seat, he standing over her, until they were in the same attitude of a month ago. But how different now was all else! She leaned her elbows on her knees a moment, pressing her hands to her throbbing temples. "It is real, this? It is true, true?" she asked aloud, though clearly not of him, and then she sat back again and looked up into his face. "It is not very much, perhaps, when all is said, though it seems much to me today, and with you beside me I shall know how to make it more. Still, such as it is, I offer it." And he tossed the parchment down into her lap. She looked at the white cylinder without touching it, and then at him again, and a little smile crept about the corners of her sweet mouth and trembled there. Into her mind there leapt the memory of the big boast of conquest for her sake with which he had set out in the long ago. "Is this the world you promised me, Randall?" she asked him, and his heart bounded at the old rallying note, which laid his last doubt to rest. "As much of it as I can contrive to get," said he. "Then it will be enough for me," she answered, and there was no raillery in her voice now, only an infinite tenderness. She rose, and standing there close before him, held out the parchment still unfolded. "But you haven't looked," he protested. "What need to look? It is your kingdom, you have told me, and I'll share your kingdom whatever it may be." "It is situate in the Indies, in Bombay," said he with a certain diffidence. She considered. "I always had a thirst for travel," she said deliberately. He felt that it was due to her that he should explain the nature of this appointment and how he came by it. To that explanation he proceeded. Before he had reached the end she was in tears. "Why, why, what now?" he cried in dismay. "Does your heart misgive you?" "Misgive me? Oh, Randall, how can you think that? I weep for thankfulness. I have spent a month of such hopeless anguish, and now—" He put an arm about her shoulder and drew her head down onto his breast. "My dear," he murmured. He sighed, and held her thus in a silence that was like prayer, until at length she raised her face. "Do you know, Randall, that it is more years than I care to think of since last you kissed me, and then you vexed me by stealing what is now yours to take." He was a little awed, but after all, with all his faults, he was never one to yield to fear. They were married on the morrow, and their honeymoon was spent in that sequestration that the law exacted. Certified clear of infection at last, they were permitted to go forth to garner the honours that fortune had stored up for Randall Hollis, to make amends for all that he had earlier suffered at her hands. The End of Fortune's Fool by Rafael Sabatini, July 2025.